good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Miss Fin Show. I am your host, Miss Fins. Thank you very much. How you doing, guys? Appreciate you. You know what I'm gonna say. You know what I'm gonna ask. Hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button. Let everybody else know we are live. Yes. Thank you so much, guys, for coming through. What day is today? Today's Thursday, right? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Thank you guys for coming through. Thank you. I'm like, let's talk about it because I want to get you guys' input as well. So I appreciate you guys so much for coming through. As always, go ahead and hit that like button. But I think this is a great topic to talk about because right now, if you really take a look at it, it almost makes me feel like it's very important. I know about the whole like curse and whatever and blah blah blah. But seriously, did Hard Knocks help or hurt? So I just wanna see, if we're in the same if we're in the same, mindset, if you will. You know what I mean? So hit that like button, guys. Let everybody else know. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. I wanted to get you guys' opinion because I don't know. I think this will be fun. I wrote down because I've had my I just haven't put it into a video yet, and I literally have it half recorded too. But I figured I'm like let's talk about it. Yeah. So appreciate you guys coming in as always. You already know, ladies and gentlemen, public service announcement. Let's keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean. Thank you so much. Be kind to each other. You know what I mean? But debate some more, after that. I'm all for it. I don't I don't think personally that we should stop debating. I think we absolutely should debate. It's just you know, we should maybe perhaps I don't know. Uh, like be nicer about it, but I get it. Entertainment purposes, people like the drama. Makes sense. So hit that like button for us, guys. Hit the like button. I appreciate all you guys. Thank you. There it is. What else too? Oh, also as well, tomorrow I'm gonna be dropping it so you guys see it. But I did want to let you guys know tomorrow I will be having again Miss Needham. So Nick Needham's mom will be back in house. We will have her one more time over here, so it's gonna be awesome. We're gonna be discussing just a few things overall. I told you guys I've been doing my research and about you'd be surprised about this whole Fangio situation and how players are doing and things like that. Just in general, just to get maybe perhaps whatever we can get. To be honest with you, but she will be here tomorrow, so that's great. When do you get to talk to like the parent of an active player? Like I don't know. That's super cool to me. Just saying. So I appreciate her and her time, and I will be definitely what do you call it? Um, extremely happy and grateful. So we're gonna have fun, and we'll be having her back tomorrow. So I wanted to let you guys know of that as well. What else? Man, I thought I had it saved here, but I guess I don't. Where is it? Okay. Yeah, so we'll see, but we'll definitely be able to talk about it. What's up, Aquavision? Welcome, buddy. Bob Young, welcome. Manolo, welcome. Welcome, Chris. Welcome. Harnox is a curse. Look at the history of it and teams on there. Not gonna lie. You're not lying. You know what I mean? And I thought we could rise above that, but is it really Hard Knocks or is it the teams not stepping up? Obviously, within the season, you can find Miss Phins Monday to Friday, every Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. Eastern. Thank you so much, guys. Remember to become a member, be part of the family. I appreciate everybody that comes through, man. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome. Show your love, and we continue to grow as a channel. And because honestly, it's not even me, it's you guys. So we're gonna be doing this together, and I definitely wanted to go ahead and just kind of go over all of this with you guys. So I'm gonna ask you guys a question. Do you think it uh, help or hurt Dolphins? Another thing too. Like there's a few things that there's a few things too that I noticed while watching it as well, where I was like, this is very interesting. And other times I was like, why? So let me go over my recap. This is gonna be my recap of it. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, we know this. We win together, we lose together. Dolphins for life. Okay. I appreciate all of you guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody that supports the channel as well. Everybody on Twitter and Twitch, thank you so much for coming through. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Um, hit that like button, guys. Let's hit that like button. But yeah, so let me give you my recap real quick. So this is gonna be the recap to Hard Knocks itself. Um, each episode. So okay, so let's do the episode one recap. So I'm gonna start out with that episode one recap real quick. While you guys get in here, what's up, Chris? Welcome, 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 buddy. Michelle. Oh, Michelle. So tell me how I literally wrote an email back to you and forgot to hit send. So I'm gonna email you today because I was thinking of something, but I'm like, I don't know. But I'm gonna email you today for sure. Literally, I just going through my emails and I realized I'm like, what's in my draft? And then I noticed, did I not hit send? That's why I thought it was weird that I didn't get a message from you. But now I know it was totally me. Like, I'm telling you. Oh, I've been crazy, but you know what? We still love it. What's up, Chris Smith? Welcome, buddy. Good morning. Good morning. Jeremiah. Yeah. Happy Friday morning. Today's Friday. Don't tell me this, man. Did I just lose a whole day? What happened? Is it Jeremiah, it's Thursday, buddy. You totally had me. Uh, bro, you guys are hilarious. What's up, Dolphins Thirsty? Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Obviously, guys, you already know. Go check them out. Awesome, awesome content over there all the time. Absolutely. Wearing my salute to service tour jersey as we speak. It's fins up all the way. Chris, that's awesome, dude. I have some yeah, I know. That's what I thank you, Manolo. That's what I was thinking too. I'm like, is this man? I'm like, did I lose a day? How? But I'm not gonna lie to you. All week I'm like, what day is it? Like, is today Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? Like yesterday I thought it was Thursday. On Tuesday I thought it was Wednesday. I don't know. My clock is all messed up. I need to get back to my regiment. But yeah, that was very interesting. So yeah, guys. What was I gonna say? Ah. So let's go ahead and get started. Let me give you my recap of Hard Knocks episode one. Okay. Now with that first episode, I'm like, okay, I don't know what to expect, but let's go ahead and do it. And obviously, we already know what happened in that very first one. We all saw Tua. We also saw like what are we looking at? You know what I mean? With the whole the hairdo. Oh, there it is. You know what I mean? The situation with the hairdo. I don't know about you. I was like, what is going on here? What is going on here? And yeah, I thought it was very interesting. Um, But yes, there you have it, guys. See, Nick Nita's mom, she'll be here tomorrow, guys. So I appreciate all you guys obviously coming through. Go ahead and check it out tomorrow. Money honors. We will be having her on. So I knew I was gonna have it. I just have to pull it up. But let's get back to it. Episode one recap. Okay. The main thing that I got from episode one was Yada was a team braider. What, Miss Fans? You heard me. Oh, I should say happy Friday Eve. Okay, that's what I'm about to say. Jeremiah, 'cause, bro. But yeah, that's exactly what I learned. I learned, and I had to capture it. Why? Because I don't know if you guys remember our fearless leader, Mr. Tua Money Vailoa. hmm He got his hair done. Shout out to Rich Eisen from Rich Eisen. Yeah, you see the hair? You see the hair? So for me, I was like, "This is it. This is what I got mostly from from episode one." But to be honest with you, just kind of set it up. I'm not gonna lie. I got to see Matt McDaniel how he addresses the team. You know, the team engagement while he's there. It was very interesting, kind of seeing that dynamic there. Interesting. I didn't see any other coaches really. Like definitely, Fangio was like non-existent in my opinion. Um, and from my understanding, right, and from what I saw, I was like, oh wow, okay. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty cool seeing, kind of backstage the interactions within the QB room. Seeing Tua and Mike White and Skyler, seeing how they interact, seeing the linebackers room, the coaches, seeing the defense, even how they interacted and how the offense interacted too. How Tyreek was all over the place. I mean, I swear it's pretty intense, but yeah, it was pretty interesting. I'm not gonna lie. So for episode one, I'm like, okay, this could be pretty cool. Finally get those behind the scenes that you don't really get to see. Because remember, guys, in the off season, Miss Phins is there every single training day, or pretty much 80% of them. There's some that I can't. I still gotta life, guys. Gotta pay bills and stuff. So, but but for the most part, I'm there giving you behind the scenes videos and stuff like that. But it was cool seeing it inside the building. You know what I mean? So I was like, oh, okay, cool. Might not be too bad. So that was episode one, the corn roll. I was like, okay, cool, whatever. Right? Then you had that was episode one. Then we had, oh, what am I talking about? That was the main thing that I felt with episode one. Then we had episode two. This one was very interesting too. There was episode two for me personally, ladies and gentlemen, was full of quotes. I mean, what kind of ball was that? Tyreek said to Tua. Um, yeah, I thought that was actually kind of funny. Um, a lot of it happened, especially if you really take a look at it. A lot of it happened, and you can kind of see the reaction in the game. Eh, when we're talking cinematically speaking, it was great. But as far as how the team was doing, it was very interesting. You know what I mean? Episode two, I'm like, okay, it was full of really good quotes for the most part, in my opinion. Um, that's all I can think of for the most part, honestly. It was just a quotes, just a bunch of quotes for the guys. Hot definitely sucked when we lost. Tell me about it, Chris. I'm sure. Yeah. And you know what, Dolphin Don? You make a good point. You make a good point. It helped because a lot of fans definitely came to Miami, and that's what you wanted to see. Episode 3. Now, if I'm not mistaken, because I forgot which one was which. I know episode 3 was about Van Ginkel and the focus. Man, I really enjoyed episode 3. Talking about Van Ginkel, how he was doing. That I did like. Me personally, I did like that. I like when they were player focused, specifically. And I really enjoyed that one. I'm not gonna lie. Also, too, if I'm not mistaken, um, episode 2 also was that the one? Yeah, I should have probably gone back to it, but because I just wrote it all down and kind of moved on. But the player focus parts, those are the ones that I like the most. And Van Ginkel and how we play with versus Washington, that was actually pretty nice. I call him Baby Thor. It was pretty cool. Those player highlights to me were probably the best thing. Then you had episode 4. Tua was already struggling at practice. Players were aware of playoff standings. It was rough. I'm not gonna lie. It was rough. Actually, now that I have this here, let me mute it though. It was rough. There you go. Give me a second, guys. It was rough speaking. Episode 4. Let me I'm gonna change this sucker real quick. Sorry, give me a second, guys. Uh, where did they go? Sorry, give me a second. Uh, oh, how you guys doing? Let me see how you guys think hard. There it is. Um, Another good point, Aquavision. Harnack let us see how much Wilkins really means to the team behind the scenes. Dude, Aquavision. I'm not gonna lie, I did get a lot of more respect with a lot of the players after watching this. You know what I mean? I really did. I thought I was like, wow. I thought personally, I was like, man, seeing a different side of some of the players, I really like that. Um, there it is. Okay, that's what I need to see. So, real quick, when we had episode 1, we were coming off the bye week. We were playing the Raiders. I love how they broke down. Oh, we're gonna go ahead and really break down Max Crosby. You know what we expect of him. They even had one of the players pretend to be him and just hit Tua all the time. Hit Tua all the time. The focus of having him um, feel it, and not get rattled by it. I thought that was perfect to simulate that. To me, I'm like, man, that was actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. That was actually pretty good. Like you got to see, how the team prepared, and especially Tua for coming off the bye and being able to do that. So I really appreciate the way that the team did that and how they prepared. And then you saw how we ended up playing the Raiders. I thought it was a very hard physical game, and obviously we came out on top because we won. But specifically that game, I liked how they prepared, and I hadn't seen that before. It definitely got to a. I wish that probably they would have done that a little bit more in some other. games. But I'm not trying to say nothing. But but yeah, that was pretty much it. Then we had episode two. Oh, this is why. This is probably why I didn't write it down because I cried so much in episode two. So episode two, Black Friday, we got the Jets. We know this. You see how they prepare with having to deal with what's his name, Sauce and whatever. And I like that. Playing against the Jets, having to it's a divisional opponent, right? And you kind of saw in there, and the way that they had it the entire time was like a soliloquy to Jalen Phillips, and I'm like, I was crying the entire time in episode two. Not the whole time, but you know what I mean. And then just seeing him, seeing the backstage of him saying like, man, I was doing so good. And you felt it. You're like, you were doing so good. He was doing so good. It just hurts so much. Seeing him go down, seeing the how the breakdown of the play, seeing the post, you know what I mean? Like you can tell he was crying. That player focus, I thought that was actually pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. And obviously, going 30-0, hello, that definitely helped with the team and how it went. So for me, episode two was very emotional, very emotional. Having him get injured like that, man, Jalen Phillips, yo, shout out to him. Shout out to him. And that was a tough one to watch. That one was a tough one to. Everybody was like, oh, this is just like, how do you stay strong for this one? You know what I mean? And then obviously we got the Commanders the next game because of Phillips going down. We signed JPP. You're seeing this and how we're preparing for the for the Commanders, right? And like I said, this one was focused on Van Ginkel, him, his family. I'm like, man, this is so nice. I really like this. And you saw him and that and man, him, you saw his work ethic. You were able to see how he spin around, how he was able to catch it, spin around, and just completely just like, that epic like doom doom doom. Like man, that he was he you couldn't touch him after he pulled that off. I was happy for him. And we got to see another side of the Dolphins, obviously. Now, mind you, this is episode three. So we had the Raiders, we won. We had the Jets, we super won. We had the Commanders, and this one also sucked, man, because you had Baker, you know, get injured in this one, and we lose. It's a huge game. We lose him, and then you're like, God, you can't have nothing right nice. You know what I mean? You can't have nothing nice. Everybody's always injured. And to me, the minute that he was out, I thought personally that was one of the major issues of us and how we were doing. Us losing Baker, although people swear we don't need him. I'm like, I'm telling you right now, people, that guy is the glue, like it or not. He is. And and it was just very frustrating. I'm not gonna lie, it was very frustrating seeing him, get injured like that. But it was really cool, and it's actually kind of funny how you also saw Van Ginkel didn't have his own HBO Max. He was like from one of his friends. I thought that was hilarious. Because it was Hugh Wang or something like that. I don't even know, but that was also something. That was also something we were able to go ahead and see. You know what I mean? And kind of get from the team. Me personally, I thought it was great. Episode 3. But then again, 3 games. It's great when we're winning. You know what I mean? It's great when we're winning. Then you got episode 4, right? And this is the one when you're like, oh, smokes. Okay. So you've got Alec Engel. Obviously, we nominated him for Walter Payton Man of the Year. Um, that was the main focus of that particular episode 4. Did I already put it down? Yeah. There you go. Caught up. What's up, Steve? Welcome, welcome. Um, so yeah, so episode 4, Alec Engel, Man of the Year, Walt Payton, Man of the Year. Um, Pretty much it's him showing how they, ended up choosing him and the whole reveal and all that cool stuff. But this is also the game that we're preparing to play the Titans. Episode 1, 2, and 3, 3 wins, right? Then we're playing the Titans, and you're like, God, freaking Bravo, man. This one was so frustrating. Now, if you were paying attention, you saw Tua was already struggling at practice. And another thing that you saw too, the players were aware of the playoff situations and standings. So it's not like they just randomly were like, just, oh, we're just gonna play what? They knew what was going on. They knew what was on the line. Remember, we were up 3 games with 5 to go. This is being part of the 5. 3 games up in the division with 5 to go. Hey, we got Shake Money. How you doing, Shake Money? Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming through. Guys, go check out Shake Money, man. The Phins tailgate, amazing, amazing content creator. I know you're over there with Larry K too, for your fam. Love it, man. Appreciate the support. Thank you. But it was, oh man, I'm not gonna lie. This was, and this reminds me because I remember somebody asking in the channel. But Miss Fins, what if, what do you think of the last 3 games? How do you think we're gonna do? And I was like, well, to be honest with you, it don't matter what the last 3 games happens if we don't take care of what Jets and Vikings. That's what we gotta take care of. And what do we do? We drop. I mean, not Jets and Vikings. Sorry, Jets and Titans game. What do we do? Awesome Jets game, right? Awesome Jets game. Holy smokes. 30-0. Let's go. You know what I mean? Morning, how you doing, buddy? Awesome show, right? And then what happens, ladies and gentlemen? Hmm? We got Jets, we get the win. Manders, we get the win. Now we're on to the Titans. And you could already see the players are feeling themselves. Tua is feeling himself. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel. I mean, we were all pissed. I'm like, you had 1, 2, 3, 4 games you should have won. 5 games. It should have been a 5-0 streak. And again, the flipping Titans in the second half of the season. Oh my God. But ladies and gentlemen, in that same Hard Knocks episode 4, we're all looking like, okay, what's going on? Waiting for them to put the onus, who's gonna get the blame, but whatever. And it almost felt like, Yeah, the team was upset, but it almost felt like at one point, like shoulda, coulda, woulda, but didn't, and it was as if they didn't even care. What's up, Jack Ryan? Welcome, buddy. Guys, hit that like button for us. Hit the like button. Can we get 8 more likes, guys? Thank you, thank you. Hit that like button. Oh no, 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 no. Yeah. It almost felt like the players. It just seemed like the players weren't even like that much affected. They were upset, but they weren't even that much affected. And I'm like, you know what? Okay, maybe I know we gotta pick ourselves up. We should not let this happen. First time in 747 games, a team is up 14 points in the last 3 minutes, and it's been 0 and 747, and we lose the game. You can't even make this up. It was crazy. It was insane. I'm telling you right now, I was so pissed, yo. I think it almost felt like we were more pissed than they were. You know what I mean? If you looked at social media, man, the fan base was distraught, pissed, embarrassed. What's up, Kenna? Welcome, welcome. How you doing, buddy? I feel like Hard Knocks shouldn't have mattered to professional players, but what's up, everybody? I agree, man. You would have thought, but some players didn't seem like they were as focused. You know what I mean? Okay. Then who do we play next? We get the Jets. Well, sorry. I apologize. I have to correct myself. We didn't go 30 and 0 versus the Jets the first time. It was the second time, right? It's like all we had to do was beat Tennessee and the Jets. We would have already clinched the division. They all knew that. They all knew that. They all knew that. Up 3 games with 5 to go. And we lose 3 out of the 5. But you saw it. You saw it. Then you had episode 5, which was all episode 5 to me, because obviously in episode 4 we were livid. We were so upset. Holy smokes. We were so upset, right? And you would have thought like you'd see like that anger, that passion from the team. Episode 5 ended up being all about a six sealer. Oreos, salt and pepper. He went from a Division 2 to Miami. They also focused on burials, which is actually kind of cool. Got to see him and some of his progress. Obviously, we know University of Miami. Let's go, man. At this point, they also focused on Kader Kohu as well, him and his family, which I thought was beautiful. And also, too, at this point, you had Dan Marino, and I don't know if people caught it, but Dan Marino said right after the Super Bowl, when they were gifting each other the whole Christmas stuff and blah 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 and whatever, right? He said, "Oh, we're gonna, you know, we're gonna do the whole golf simulator thing." Excuse me. Right after the Super Bowl, and I was like, "Did anybody else catch that? We're gonna finally get there." Oh, are you really there? Like that's like did I just hear Dan Marino say the Super Bowl? I was so excited, man. They're crying. Hey, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Being a fan is still being a fan. That's all that matters. But episode 5, I thought it was very interesting. You got to see the dynamic between Sealer and Christian Wilkins, how those two work so well together, and how excuse me, how they make each other so much better. You know what I mean? And you can see that. You can see that in that video, the behind the scenes, the relationship, and all that. Um, and you can also see the growth between Barrios, and you can see the growth between Wilkins and Sealer, and you can also see the growth through Kohu. Getting those player spots, like gave us an opportunity to kind of see again, what the players are thinking, their mindsets, what they're going through, and things like that. That was episode 5. This is coming off that devastating loss to the Titans, right? And also remember Tyreek had that injury with the ankle. And holy smokes. We're about to go and play the Jets this week, right? And what do? We're like, yeah, we're not gonna play. We're not gonna play Tyreek because we just can't afford it. You know what I mean? And this one was tough. This was difficult. We ended up beating them 30-0, which is actually pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. It was really nice. It was really nice, and it was a sharp contrast because in the Tennessee game, that offense struggled mightily, like it's been struggling all season. In the second half of the season, and you saw the difference between not having Tyreek in that game and how the team didn't move the ball. That offense didn't move the ball. What's up, everybody in Bills? And then with the contrast of not even having Tyreek play, and we were still able to move the ball, divisional opponent. So very, it was good to see, another layer of being able to see the team push the ball down the field and not necessarily have to depend on Tyreek, which I thought at least that was good. That was episode 5. We obviously destroy the Jets. Everybody's feeling themselves again. Ooh, look at what we did. Look at how we doing. Holy smokes. We got the team. Okay, let's go. Right? All that good stuff, right? Then you got episode 6. Ah, with Christmas, this is the one where Christmas is coming off. Dolphins are getting the spirit of the season, getting ready for that huge Dallas game, right? So we beat the Jets. We know this. We're getting ready for Cowboys home game, first team with a winning record we're about to face, all that good stuff. Um, this one was actually pretty big. This was actually pretty big. We got to see how the players are throughout the holiday season. And no, I don't believe Hard Knocks was a distraction. Hard Knocks has been in the building. Oh, what? How you gonna? I'm still gonna highlight it, Lewis, because I thought it was a great point. Louis Amador. What's up? How you doing, sir? Good morning, Miss. I see the poll question, and no, I do not believe Hard Knocks was a distraction. Hard Knocks hasn't been in the building all the other years that this team has failed. Dang, Lewis. You're right, man. I can't even argue that, puppy. You're right. Dang. You are right. So make sure to vote. Make sure to vote on the poll question. You know what I mean? But yeah, uh, Red Running Bills. I don't know about him, but we'll see. I don't think you necessarily look like him that much, but I can see why Shake you say you look like a little bit like him. Maybe you know. Lewis says again. Good morning, Miss Vince. No hard knocks was not a distraction. This team just failed. That's it. I'm not gonna use the word to use hard knock as an excuse. Hey, I'm posing the question to you guys. You think it hurt us or helped us? Because hey, obviously we got to see behind the scenes stuff. You know what I mean? What's up, word of mouth? We got to see behind the scenes stuff that not a lot of people get to see unless you have hard knocks. And getting ready for that in Christmas, the team is feeling themselves. This part, it's what do they say? Pride comes before the fall. They're feeling themselves a little too much, in my opinion. You could see it in episode 6. How they're just not taking it serious, in my opinion. I'm not seeing the I don't say commitment, but I'm not seeing the focus. That's what it is. You could tell it was a distraction, and the holidays clearly was a distraction. Everybody saw. Everybody saw. I don't care who you are. You saw them geeking out to the holidays. Nothing wrong with that because, hey, I think everybody does. You know what I mean? I love the holidays. Come on, man. Uh, but seriously, like this has been something that I personally thought. I'm not liking that we're not focused. That was my main concern. And you got to see that in episode 6. Obviously, we find a way to beat Dallas Cowboys. Oh my God, we finally get that monkey off our back of beating a good team. But then wait again, we lost to a bad team, so it's like whatever. What is that like? Don't even matter. You know what I mean? And then obviously we know what had happened. M- Miss Finn, what's up with the heat? Oh, I know you're referring to Miss Heat Culture. That would be my other hat. Uh, that'll be when I open up that channel. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's hey, they got their winning ways again yesterday, so at least they're back on track in the winning ways. It happens, guys. It happens. Mm. But this is a problem. We're in the last 3 games of the season, ladies and gentlemen, and we players already knew. I broke this down for you guys the week of. To clinch the playoff game, we needed to beat Cowboys. Boom, we beat Cowboys, we clinched the playoffs. Awesome. To clinch the number one overall seed in the AFC, we needed to beat Baltimore. And to win the division, we needed to go ahead. Well, by then we would have clinched both, actually. Well, it was playoff with Cowboys. It was no, I got it now. It was the playoffs with the Cowboys by beating them. It was clinch the division by beating the Ravens and getting the number one seed by beating the Bills. That's how it was. So it was playoffs, then the division, then the AFC number one overall seed. It was all there, man. Right there set up for us. Here comes episode 7, ladies and gentlemen. Episode 7, obviously, we're coming off of a huge win. We're feeling ourselves. The team is all happy. We got the win. We beat a big team in the Cowboys, winning team finally. You know what I mean? Yay! We're starting off the gauntlet of the back part of the season, right? We had what 5 games in December, all the way up to the point we were 3-1 in December. Yeah, it's not gonna be like it was before, ladies and gentlemen. Right? That's what we were told. That's what we were told, right? That's what we were told. And then you come out here and you gotta go up to Baltimore. I'm sorry, but did you see that team? Did they seem like they were focused? Because in my opinion, I'm sorry, that team did not look like it was prepared for Baltimore. I don't care what nobody tells me. Nobody, I don't care what anybody tells me. And you could see it because the way that we lost, and then you saw, it was so funny. And I think a lot of us in the community, we said, granted, yeah, dang, bro, you allow 56 points. What the heck? Defense. But, brother, we were in that game all the way up to, the fourth quarter. It was in the fourth quarter when they actually ended up putting all them extra points. The whole time we were like, just score one touchdown and get us there. One touchdown. I'm blaming Hard Knocks. Tired of blaming Vic Fangio and Flores. At this point, yeah, we're gonna have to move that puppy over. So I'm with you, Shake Money. But seriously, and then it was so bad how the offense couldn't get nothing going. That what did they focus on? The defense. And I know for a fact we all saw that hit piece. We all saw the hit piece, man. I'm not gonna tell you this. You saw it yourself. You saw it yourself. Come on, man. It was ridiculous. And then again, it's the offense gets to skate away while the defense gets all the blame. Now, mind you, I understand. Well, dang, Miss Fins, like it was a game. I'm like, oh Lord, 19-56. We essentially scored just in the first half. I know that we got in the fourth quarter we got a touchdown and failed in that 2 point conversion, right? But my Lord, man, all the way up. What the heck is this? Hold on. Sorry. All the way up into the second quarter. It was 13-14, guys. Even when Zay Flower got that touchdown, it was still 13-21. Even when they scored the second touchdown before the second half, it was still 13-28. If we would have scored a touchdown, it would have been 20-28. We would have been able to at least we would have been able to go ahead and keep it close. And what did we score in the second quarter? 3 flipping points. 3 points. 3 points. I was so done with that game. I was so pissed. I don't know about you, but it irked me with all them opportunities the defense was giving us. And we just folded. The game was over by halftime. The game was over by halftime. Man, I was so mad. Oh gosh. Over by halftime. Unreal. And then we were still in it. But of course, this offense couldn't get nothing wrong. And again, opportunity after opportunity after opportunity, and we just didn't. The last five possessions for the Dolphins. Let's see, one, two, three, four, five, six. We'll go six because it was the second half possessions. We only had six. Punt, interception, touchdown, down, turnover on downs, fumble, turnover on downs. One of six. No bueno. No bueno whatsoever. So yeah, that was very, very, very frustrating. Very frustrating because we had the opportunity to. Honestly, we were still in the game, and then it just in the in the fourth quarter, it was like it was so like they just they put us away, and you can tell the team was. You saw the team being upset, man. You saw the team being upset. Then you had episode 8, right? In this episode, you've got episode 8. Remember, we lost Chubb in that game as well. So it was like not only did we lose the game, not episode 8, not versus the Bills. We lost Chubb at the end of the season. Obviously, we lost Phillips. Then we lose Chubb. We get what's his name? Jerome Baker back for episode 8 or against the Bills, and then lose him in that same game. And it's like, oh god, this it was just not. It was just not. We weren't gonna be in it. Yeah, but it was crazy. It was crazy. You would have thought, and it's just. It almost felt like the team was deflated, from that Ravens game, and it just carried over versus the Bills, and they knew what they had to do. It all came down for all the marbles for the divisional championship. I was there in that game. And man, it was such a like dang. Like there's no way of putting it except it hurt so much, man. Seeing episode 4 after we lost to the Bills, after we were so close, it was 21-14. We just to seeing that flipping loser come to the end zone that I was in to hype up his fans, it was the most frustrating thing ever. And it's just like we couldn't get out of our own way. We couldn't get out of our own way. And again, this offense shut down completely in the second half. There was nothing this offense can do. Nothing. Nothing this offense can do. We had one, two, three, four, five possessions in the second half. Right? Because we scored two touchdowns. We were up 14-7 at the half, man. Third quarter, nobody scores. Okay, cool, whatever. We were tight. Fourth quarter, they scored two touchdowns. They beat us. But our last five possessions, punt, the other one ended up being a punt return for a touchdown that put them up 14-13. Then the next possession, we punted the ball. It was 14-14, ladies and gentlemen. At one point, we were 14-14. It was a tied game, man. It was a tied game with 7 minutes left. They scored the touchdown. Okay, fine, whatever. We're gonna get the ball back. Let's go ahead. What's our possession? 3 plays, 3 yards, punt. Oh, come on. Then our defense stops them. So we can go ahead and get the ball back. Give us another opportunity just to at least tie the game. Interception. Yeah, I remember the game. The team was so devastated. It was crazy. And you could see it in the guys' face. They were just not. And then of course, they didn't put this on the offense like they should have. They wanted to blame Fangio and the defense. Oh, snap. Are we serious? We're gonna put it on Fangio, and the only time we see Fangio on Hard Knocks ended up being episode 4. I thought it was hilarious, yo. I thought it was hilarious. I'm like, really? The defense, when they stopped them to less points than what we normally, allow teams to score, because we were averaging 23.5 points, right? So it was only 21 points. But we were still the number one up to that point. We were the number one scoring offense with 30.4 points per game. Where were the 30 plus point per game? We lost the division. We lost that. We know this, right? And then you had the last episode. My God, Kansas City. We know what the heck happened. I don't even want to go over it, man. Even the disrespect, which they didn't show. I mean, episode 9, to be honest with you, was like a last thing on, the end of a movie. You know what I mean? Oh, look at this! Look at what we're doing. Love you guys. Goodbye. Blah blah blah. Yeah, we lost the game, but goodbye. Blah blah blah. Ooh, my God, it was so cold. That was episode 9. Episode 9 was all that. It's like whatever. It was so frustrating. So for me, overall, did Hard Knocks help or hurt? I'm curious to see what you guys think. Guys, hit that like button for me. Hit that like button for me. I personally thought, in my opinion, Hard Knocks was a major distraction in this team. It was a major distraction. Period. Major distraction. Believe it or not, Hard Knocks was a major distraction in my opinion. And then obviously, I mean, you could even tell with Tyreek, he was distracted the whole time. I know he's got his whole businesses and whatever, but come on, man. Like, dude, focus. You know what I mean? It was cool to see as a fan to see the player bios and the back stuff of the players. That was pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie. You know, even when Chubb went down and he's like, "Man, I'm having the best year of my career." Like, oh my God, it just heartbreaking. To hear the guys see what they went through. Man, that was tough. But you can tell they were disengaged. One thing I also didn't like the whole. I feel like I need to curse every 2 words. McDaniel, the whole coaching staff, but mostly McDaniel. I'm like, it's a little cringy, coach. It's a little cringy. Like, you don't need to do that to try to act tough. Just be you. And if that's you, well then, that's rough. But at the end of the day, mm, me personally, absolute distraction. Absolute distraction. I can't even believe it. It was a complete debacle, ladies and gentlemen. The entire season w- ended up being literally the Like you can repackage this, change the opposing teams, right? For every season we've played in the last 20 seasons, and it'll almost be like drop and play. It'll almost be like the exact same thing. The collapse of the Dolphins at the end of the season is so frustrating, man, as a fan. Me, hopefully, and you even saw it, which was kind of ridiculous. Episode 9. For the first time, Hard Knocks is heading to the playoffs. I'm like, oh God, that's it. Like, that's it. It's awful, man. Like, awful. Absolutely awful. McDaniel shows up to the stadium at 3:30. He needs some sleep. Yo, Aquavision, you are 100% right. 100% right. Too many F bombs and then it's like they were trying to act tough. I don't know. Putting your foot down in the team, you know what I mean? Not these screens imposter like shouting too many F. Dude, it's exactly how I felt, Dolphin Dawn. That is exactly how I felt. I'm like, really? Guys, hit that like button, guys. We need 10 more likes, guys. Can we get 10 more likes? It was like it just kind of hyper focused. It put like that lens in a team, like it just didn't seem like not all the players, because some players you could see like, man, they're about their business, but a lot of these top players, they were focused more on Christmas or um things that happen personally in their lives with their families outside of the team. Like, they're getting paid. This is a job for them. We may work 9 to 5, or for those who have their own business or whatever, you know what I mean? But this is still a business. Like, you still gotta show up, you gotta clock in, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta do your job. Excuse me. And it honestly, it kind of felt more like there were a lot of players, especially a lot of the top players, that were just not, they were not really focused, in my opinion. I don't think so. I don't think they were really focused. And I thought that was perfect, perfect, perfect way to say it. It was just too much. You know what I mean? And it's like now you get to see, okay, can McDaniel really take command when things are bad? That was my main concern with him. And I don't know. It kind of seemed like this did give you some of those questions that we had. You kind of got to see it in person during Hard Knocks. I hope we never get Hard Knocks again for the rest of my life. I'm not gonna lie though, the graphics of it, super dope. I'll tell you that. It was awesome. That was super dope. I agree. McDaniel didn't drop enough. He failed us. Nah, man, he dropped too many. It was too many. What are you talking about, Shake Money? It was too much. It was like, just, just doesn't go with you. You know, like I wouldn't. Uh, uh, uh. Yeah, Amy, you're right. The more Tyreek, the more Mahomes keeps winning, the less impact Tyreek essentially has. It's funny. I was listening to TD. I don't know. I think it was either this week or last week. He said one line that I was like, "Ooh, that actually does make sense." Whenever I get to catch other content creators, because I can't, and trying to get ready for the show and all that, it's too much to try to do all that. But whenever I do get a chance, I'm like, I think that was a good point. And I caught it like I think halfway through the show. And he said it man, Tyreek messed everything up for us. Because the $30 million we paid him, and he's right, we were set to go with Waddle as number one, Cedric Wilson as number two, and then our other young players, right? But then we got Tyreek the opportunity, and we kind of threw that out the window and went with the shiny new toy in Tyreek and the 30 mil. But if you think about it, where would the Dolphins have been without Tyreek? Keep Cedric Wilson, keep everybody else. Could we maybe have had some other players, you know, that maybe would have panned out a little bit better? Maybe we would have had the opportunity to see some other players. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe. I thought it was very interesting. I thought it was very interesting. And I'm like, you know what? It's funny because I still remember the day, and this was the off season, and this is where we started. We started this channel in the off season. Next week, we celebrate our second anniversary, guys. So y'all better come through. But yeah, I was like, I remember we were live. It was Stevie's D's show, and that we were live. We were doing a panel, whatever, in the morning after my show, and we were talking, and I forgot what we were talking about, and it came through, and we were all like, "Hey, did you see this? Hey, did you see that? Hey, did you see this?" And then right there, I mean, you can check it out. Like it's there. I think I even have it saved in like I'm live uh playlist on my show on my channel, and you see them like, oh my god, did we just get? Is this real? 45 minutes later, Miami Dolphins have acquired Tyreek. I was like, oh my god, we were all going crazy. We couldn't believe it. But again, it's like we go through this every season. That shiny toy, that shiny hire that we get every off season. It was Tariq one time, then it's Jalen Ramsey, then it's Vic Fangio, then it's like every single time Chubb. And it's interesting because I was like, damn, I didn't want Chubb. I wanted Roquan Smith. And then when I saw that they got Roquan Smith for a third rounder, I'm like, why did we pay a first for Chubb? Like I was like, we just taking L's, but we were very excited. Whatever. 1-2 punch. Okay, we got the number two punch. We didn't get the best one, but and I'm like, oh my god, man, another first round pick we didn't have. Yo, Timothy, it's on to something. The Chubb trade hurt us the most. We could have had San Laporta. Chubb's best season with us was last year, and now he's hurt. Yeah. Well, I don't know about San Laporta, but there were still other really great, really great players that we could have picked up in that first. We could have even, ladies and gentlemen, which I always say, if you don't really got the guys you want in the first, drop out of the first, try to pick up a couple extra spots. Turn that first into 2 seconds or maybe a second, a third, two fourths. You know what I mean? Try to recoup more multiple picks, so that way you're able to go ahead and try to get young talent in the positions you need help with. And man, oh man, here we go again. We're about to go into oh dang, Jake Money, you were right. Mother of pearl. I forgot about the fourth. We paid a first and a fourth for Chubb. And Ravens got Roquan Smith for a third. Make that man sense. You know what it was? You know what it truly is? It's because everybody feels that Chris Greer is so good at getting all these picks for players or whatever. Like, oh my God, we fleeced and blah blah blah. But his butt gets fleeced too. If you really take a look at it, he gets fleeced all the time. Some of these trades, I'm like, oh, Jesus. And I get the whole forget those picks and whatever. There's the whole meme and all that. but we didn't do what the Rams did. We didn't forget those picks like the Rams did, because yet again with Greer, you ended up getting, flipping the little bit here, the little bit there. We're gonna just, instead of going full ham, hard as a mother, we're just gonna it's like the most non-committal committal GM of all time, bro. That's all I can think of. The most non-committal committal GM of all time. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't even know how that's possible. Hit that like button, guys. Hit the like button for me. Yeah, Greer got fleeced in the Chubb trade, Miss Fitz. Exactly. He absolutely did. Miss Fitz Ellerby was. I get that, but come on, man. Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Okay. Um, we gave a first and a fourth, already fleeced, and had to give him a new contract. The Broncos didn't want to play him, and he was injury prone. Miss Fins, we got fleeced hard. Thank you, Von Joe. You're proving my point. I appreciate you so much. Let me give y'all another one, ladies and gentlemen. There's a reason why Kansas City said thank you so much for your services, deuces, to Tyreek Hill. He only came here for the money. He came here for the money. Who's gonna pay me the money? Everybody knows, just like our state, the Miami Dolphins are the retirement homes for NFL players. You want a big contract? You go to Miami. You got the life, you got the lifestyle, you got the contract. That's what it is. We're the retirement home for the NFL. We are absolutely the retirement home for the NFL. And if not for nothing, you almost see it at Hard Knocks. Every time they panned to the meetings that they had with McDaniel, you take a look at the auditorium and you're like, damn, these guys literally are not even paying attention. Look at it. This guy's looking away. This other guy's on his phone. They're all looking like, when is lunch? Like, come on, man. Like, literally, all the time. You saw that at Hard Knocks. It was like this absolute joke. And with the Tyreek one, how did we not get flicks with the Tyreek one? We had to pay this man a giant contract. Hey, already bad. And we gave up 5 draft picks. 5 draft picks. We got hosed here. We got absolutely fleeced on the Tyreek trade. Absolutely fleeced. But Miss Sims, we got like a pick or two back. I don't even remember if we did get a back. I think we did probably got one pick back. Miss Sims, Greer did his thing with Tunsil trade. I'm so glad you mentioned that. Hey, what was it? Two first or three first? Was it two first? Two first, or he got? Yeah, I think it was two first for Larry Tunsil. Remind me, guys, was it two or three? And it's funny because even Larry Tunsil said, "Shoot, I trade me for two first." He's like, "I get it." And you know what? What did that two first, or yeah, two first, that I think we ended up trading one of them and whatever. We ended up getting a total of three first, right? At the end of the day, within like 2 seasons, because of that. What did that amount? We got Waddle, we got Tyreek, which we overpaid, clearly. We got Waddle. Okay. Still developing. Fine. Whatever. We got Chubb, who we also overpaid. I mean, I don't know. Who's in a better position? Who has won the playoff game? Who has a young team and still have cap space? Who found a franchise quarterback? Who won that trade with Tonsil? Was it the Dolphins, who is in cap hell right now? Still haven't won a playoff game? Or was it the Texans who just won the division, won a playoff game, made it to the divisional round with their rookie stud? I don't know about you, but who won that trade? You see? Exactly. We even got fleeced for Josh Rosen, man. A second? Did we give up a second and like a fourth or something for Rosen? Or something like that? That we literally only have for one season? Uh, AB, you say it's too early to see if we got fleeced with Chubb. Well, first of all, I'm not Nostradamus. But we absolutely got fleeced when you have two players in the exact same position in Roquan Smith and you have Bradley Chubb, and one goes for a third rounder, not a max deal, and the other one goes for a first and a fourth, and essentially a max deal. Yeah, we got fleeced. Just look at the numbers. Oh, who's also injury prone? Because I've yet to hear about Roquan Smith being out due to injuries. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Fine. One is an edge, the other one's a linebacker. Okay. Sure. Completely different position. I get that. Fine. One's a linebacker, the other one's an edge. Okay. Fine. Not worth a first and a fourth and $18 million. Is what I'm trying to say. That's the difference. Chiefs got back to back Super Bowls without Hill, so they did not miss him. Dude, facts, Dolphins thirsty. 2,000 yards, ladies and gentlemen. 2,000 yards. 2,000 yards. What's up, Cat for Life? How you doing, buddy? Welcome. Good morning, beautiful people. Good morning. Guys, hit that like button. We need 10 more likes, guys. We got over 30 people in here. Let's get the likes up, guys. Like, that's what I mean. And in Hard Knocks, you literally can see, you absolutely can see how the team didn't seem that focused this second half of the season. And now from what I'm doing my research and you're looking online, you see what's up, Marquet? Welcome, buddy. Uh you seen the kick rocks from the players, you're hearing all the noise between the players not liking Fangio, the defensive player not liking Fangio because he didn't listen to them, get their input, that old school, no nonsense kind of coaching. He didn't vibe well. The players didn't like him. You see that. Granted, the players play hard. They're not idiots. These players have been playing for 10, 15, 20 years, practically their entire lives. They know football too, and I get that. But this is why I said the other day, and you can kind of see it. Look at Hard Knocks, and again, I'm gonna go back to it. Look at the auditorium scenes, and you see the players, and they seem so disengaged. like so disengaged. This is why I asked, did Hard Knocks help or did it hurt? Thank you, Mark. 100% right. Rokon played a position of greater need and would have had less capital in draft choices. 100%. The middle linebacker we were looking for right then and there. And what do we do? You see what I mean? I'm like, I thought it. That's what I thought. Thanks, Cliff. What's up, Cliff? Good morning. Good Newfoundland. Welcome, buddy. Like that's what I thought. I'm like, yo, a second and a fourth for us, and like we can't. We didn't even do nothing. Oh, bro, I know. Couldn't even watch the last couple episodes. They hurt. Watching the last couple episodes, I was like, oh god, it hurt. It absolutely hurt watching them. Hit the likes. Hit the like button, guys. We need 6 more likes to get to 30, guys. I appreciate you guys. Hit that like button for us. But seriously, I was like, oh, jeez. And that was the main thing. I'm like, how engaged is the team? And it just seemed as if, and Hard Knocks was literally putting it out to the world. Like the team didn't seem as engaged as we would have wanted, or at least as I would have wanted. Fine, maybe I was the only one that wanted them to be more engaged. Whatever. But Lord, come on, man. And you saw it from you saw it like, and you know what? I got a few minutes. I'm dropping this dang link. If y'all want to come up here, come up here. We can do a few minutes. What's up, Color Com? How you doing, buddy? Uh, Adam S. Yay! What's up? Good morning. Like we just, it almost makes me feel like, dang. Hey, good morning, my bone. How you doing, buddy? Thank you. Our players been disengaged for decades. They only look engaged after touchdown. Mudbone. I almost felt like or maybe maybe it was Hard Knocks, not showing everything and only clipping like the good parts. But it almost felt like they were more worried about what kind of touchdown celebration are we gonna do, right? Was I the only one that felt that way? I'm like, what new touchdown celebration are we gonna do? Versus, I don't know, how are we gonna beat this dang team? The only game that I feel like I'm like, okay, man, they really like broke this puppy down was probably 2 games. Uh, Against Max Crosby and Mark. I see you. I'm gonna bring you up in a second. I just want to finish this real quick so I don't forget. Against Max Crosby, and when how they on purpose were getting to what do you call it, to get hit all the time so he can get used to it. I feel like they should have done that crap every single game, right? To then having Skylar Thompson be Josh Allen for the defense so that they can prepare. You know what I mean? What's up, Cat for Life? What's up, Shake Money? What's up, Mark? How y'all doing, gentlemen? Welcome,
Good
welcome.
morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I
Thank you guys
got
for
a couple
coming
things.
through.
I got a couple things to share and contribute. First of all, whatever happened to the Jim Browns and Barry Sanders of the world, who when they would score a touchdown would just toss the ball to the official and act like you've been there before, instead of these idiotic stylized routines which make you look like a bunch of clowns. And secondly, I pointed out
Well,
earlier
first
on
of all,
chat that
wait, before you go, Mark, finish that. Every team does it, by the way. So let's not pretend like it's just a Dolphin. All
Are
right?
you
But
I don't
insinuating
see
on
every team
everyone
does
doing.
touchdown
it.
I see
celebrations?
players making. I see players doing, jumping up into the stands or something, or a backflip or whatever. That's within the emotion of the game, and I can tolerate that. Stylized routines is just something that you're. Why are you taking time in practice to work in your stylized routines instead of maybe, I don't know, making a stop when you're ahead by 13 points with like 4 minutes to play? I don't know, silly me.
And by
Yeah,
the way,
no,
Miss Phins,
you're
I hate it
well,
when.
but
Hey, by the
those
way, I also hate
that's
it when kids get on my lawn. Get off my lawn.
yeah. But I mean, that's literally every team in the NFL does that. By the way, so that's just the new. That's how it works. Like, I'm not gonna put that
Excuse me,
all on
where,
Miami, but
Miss
like I
Pence,
said,
does Kansas City do
you
that?
shouldn't
Does
have
San
taken that
Francisco
much
do
time.
that? No, they don't.
Do you
Yeah,
see
they
every
do.
celebration? Hold on. Do you see every celebration from Kansas City? Do you see every celebration from every team?
Yeah,
To
pretty much.
verify
Because I
that they
have
do that
NFL
or
Sunday
not?
ticket, and I watch most of the games, and I watch all the touchdown plays
You guys jump
on
onto
Hulu.
foldable tables. What are we talking about, bro?
I am talking about the stupidity of having
Is
stylized
that not
routines in the
stupidity?
end zone, but that's not
Lighting a
my.
table
That's
on
not my.
fire and jumping on it?
That's a fan. That's not a player.
Is that really
Okay,
what
I mean,
happened?
what are we doing here? It's football related, right?
No, we're talking about what
Yeah, but
players
I
do
think
versus what fans do.
it's
Fans are idiots. Well,
Dude,
fans,
all I know
pour
is
mustard ketchup on
making a
themselves. So
big deal about somebody
an
celebrating.
idiot's an
It's a
idiot.
little bit over the
No,
top.
I'm making a big deal. I'm making a big deal about teams that are coming to play and
Mark,
to win,
wide
or who
right.
but
want to
that's
make a
every
show.
team,
Wide
Mark.
right. Get used to it. Wide
That's
right. Wide
that's
right.
every team. The only
It's not
reason
every
why it
team.
came up, every team, Mark. Well, take a look at it again, and then you'll see it. But if you take the only reason why I brought it up is because you saw it, and I guess maybe in Hard Knocks they really focused on it. Trying to bring that like
I didn't watch
fun
Hard Knocks
aspect to
because
Hard
I
Knocks.
can't stand the stupidity.
Nah, it was
Well,
scripted. It
I
was
choose
scripted
to
heavy
not
duty.
watch
We know
Hard
that.
Knocks because it's just a stupid, idiotic show
you
and
didn't.
it profiles. But I want to get to the key
Oh,
point that I wanted to make. The total, complete
well,
You got to fix your
incompetence of
phone, man.
Chris
Fix your
Greer
mic first. I can't
driving
hear
this
you.
organization into the toilet.
You got to fix your mic,
That's what I
Mark.
hold
wanted
on,
to
real
talk
quick.
about.
Give me 1 second, Mark, real quick, because it's really hard to hear you. And I'm so sorry about that. It's like I'm trying really hard to hear you, and the mic is just really, really tough. If you don't mind, like coming back and trying to fix it and come back, because it's
Sure, no,
really hard to
not a
hear you right
problem.
now. I appreciate it, buddy. But I wanted to talk about Hard Knocks, so let's go ahead and continue because that's the topic of the
And
whole
I
thing.
miss the days. I miss the days where players wore leather helmets and smoked on the sideline, like gentlemen.
Oh my God, they did used to do that. I completely forgot. I completely forgot. You're right, but what do you guys got on this?
Bring the
Did it
cigarettes
hurt?
back to the sidelines, people. Bring the cigarettes back.
I don't know about all that, but what did you think of what did you think of
Hard knocks?
um Hard Knocks? Yeah, did it impact us? Did it hurt us? Did it
It
help
hurt
us?
us.
Because
It
I
was
thought this was
scripted.
interesting.
It was scripted. We all know it. It hurt us. It hurt us bad. Like it made us look even worse when a lot of stuff comes back on footage that made us a lot of hypocrisy came back to bite us back, and then the footage just made us look even worse. So I think it really hurt us, guys. I really do.
I agree. I agree too. Shake, what do you got on this? What did you think of overall Hard Knocks? Did it help or hurt us?
Yeah, I would say I don't think either. I don't think it. But at the end of the day, there isn't a team that has done hard knocks that did well. So
This is true.
it's called the hard knocks curse for a reason, just like the Madden curse.
But I mean, knowing that, why would if you're a Dolphins PR employee, like why would you take the risk of putting us on the spotlight knowing we had so much pressure on us as it is?
Ching ching, money, 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 money.
Ah, yeah. I agree. I agree.
Stop. Is that really what we're thinking? Is
Yeah.
that really what we're
There's no
thinking
other way,
right now?
if, ands, or buts about it. Come on, especially with all the stuff that happened to us. It's all money related when it comes back to the end. I mean, like the NFL is untouchable. They are the powerhouse of television. They are the powerhouse of everything that's
it's
holy.
not necessarily money for the Dolphins. It's money for the NFL.
Bingo.
Dude, for real? This is the first time I've ever seen Hard Knocks. I've never watched it. And the only reason why I watched Hard Knocks this time is because it was Miami. I was like, okay, well, I mean, it's about my team. I want to see my team. That's the only reason why I watched it. I'd never seen it before. Like I
You
knew
didn't see
it
the first
happened,
time?
but
You didn't see the first time when
I
the leadership committee got torn in half and Philman didn't want that. He felt like the guys were trying to rebel against him, so he cut them all, like Carlos Dansby, Richie Incognito. I think who else was in that room? They
no.
had like an intermediate. You didn't see it?
We've had it before. I wasn't paying
Yeah.
attention.
Reggie
I wasn't
Bush. It was Reggie
paying
Bush,
attention that hard.
Richie Incognito. I think Carlos Dansby were all in the room talking to Philman like, hey, you got to change it up, switch it up. The players need something different. And he's like, I appreciate you guys. We'll make this a leadership committee every week. That was the last time they ever met. And it was on TV.
Are you serious? I wasn't paying attention this hard like I am now. That's crazy. Hey, Dolphins Thirsty, I appreciate you. Is this for real? Chris Shula, grandson of Don Shula, got an interview for DC? I mean, hey, that is pretty nice. Bring him home. That's all I gotta say. If that's the case, hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. And another name, which I got another show for this too, but Jason Taylor maybe, DC maybe, I don't know. But anyways, back to Hard Knocks, people. Hard Knocks was our gift because the referees rubbed us in Philly. Oh, geez, stop it. Tom Pellicero said, I appreciate it, man. What's up, P Double? First time I see you up here. Philbin looks like Squidward. Sorry, I had to say that.
I always remember him. He had his mouth open. Every time you see Joe Philman, he always had his mouth open and just like it was, man, he looked like, I don't know, man. He didn't look like he was all there.
I'm not going to lie to you. Every time I see either Larry Coker or Rick Scott, I always think of Philman. All three of them
They had no eyebrows. Yeah, none of them got eyebrows.
I was mad at Phil because he got rid of Ocho Cinco, man. I was ready to. No matter what kind of sex life you
Bro,
can have.
that would piss me off. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. Like, I'm sorry, but the thing is, I have a picture with Philbin. I met that entire team where we drafted Deion. That same year we drafted Deion Jordan. Okay,
Oh,
I met the entire team, guys, privately. I got to meet the entire team, all of them, even Cam Wade. Like that's my brother's all-time favorite Dolphin player, Cam Wade. I'm like, dude, my brother loves you. Can I take a picture with you, please? Like, I even took a picture with him. Like, it was awesome. I took a picture with a lot of them, and we drafted Deion Jordan that same season. So I didn't know we had Hard Knocks. I guess I wasn't paying attention to it, and I didn't care. And I also too didn't have HBO, so that probably was another reason why. But yeah, Philbin. Oh, I will never forget those years. It's just, he does look like Squidward. I guess I never really put two and two together. Sorry, God, but that was that was very. Back to Hard Knocks. Oh,
I got
it's
something for
Hard
you,
Knocks.
Miss Jen.
Go
I
ahead,
got something for you.
please.
So you was talking about the meeting where everybody's looking disinterested and all that stuff. And I was thinking to
Yes.
myself, when you said that, I was like, you know what? That's me every time we have a forced meeting. I'm like, God, my, what are we doing here? You know, so I could see the players, you know, maybe tuning that out a little bit, like, oh, they're going to drop a whole bunch of F bombs and act tough. And they, you know, come on, when the real thing happens on the field. So I could see that part of it. Hey, I would be disinterested too. And I bet you if you go back and look at the other Hard Knocks, I bet the other teams look like the same that those cats look like. Just my 2 cents. And I don't think it hurt us. You know what? I don't think it hurt us. It may have
Really?
helped us because
How
of
so?
fans. I don't think it hurt us because I don't think it was a distraction like they say. These cats have cameras on them all the time. You know,
Hey,
maybe.
But not during
by,
practice, though, do they?
by the way, I'm starting a new movement. Durham Smythe needs to date Lady Gaga, and
No, absolutely not.
yes.
Absolutely not. I will be the first one boycotting you, Shake Money. I will literally move
Yeah,
mountains to boycott you for that.
yeah.
Not
Lady,
that man is
yeah.
too beautiful for
You,
that.
you don't
So
want that.
no.
You don't want that Gaga on the orange carpet.
We don't want no
Yeah.
meat suit, okay? Absolutely not. Let's
Yes,
stop. Stop,
Lady
Shake
Gaga,
Money.
girl
We're
smash.
not doing hell
Yeah,
no.
yeah,
Stop. We
and
don't
then
need
also
the meat suit.
Aquavision.
Nope.
Aquavision also brought up a good point. Waddle with Miley Cyrus. There we go. Perfect winning combination.
Right on.
Lady
I'm
Gaga
okay
and
with
Miley
that one.
Cyrus.
I'm okay with that one. I like Miley.
Yeah, Lady Gaga.
But
I like Lady
hard
Gaga.
pass on Lady Gaga.
She
No,
sang in the Super
absolutely
Bowl.
not.
Yeah, yeah. The NFL would
You
definitely
did?
write us in the script this time. Yeah.
Nope.
Pop, 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 poker
Hard
face.
no.
How's it go?
God, bro, you're hurting me right now. I can't. Like, I can't stand. Now, I gave you that. She's probably got like 3 or 4 songs, and I'm like, okay, they're fine. I can put up with them. They're not too bad. But no, I don't need no meat suit in my organization. I'm good. But
Oh,
look at
Barrios
this.
is doing all right for himself, though, hey?
I need one for my barbecue.
There you go.
For the tailgate.
Yeah.
Imagine wearing that at a dog park.
Oh no! Actually, I imagine wearing that in Lion Safari Country.
Rethink your clothing choices.
Yeah, I'm like, that's
think I'm
not what they
overdressed.
meant by camo, ma'am. That's not the camo you want. Oh, I'm gonna hide behind his meat suit. I can't even say it without laughing, bro.
Hey, she had some
Oh,
good.
it's
Hey,
hilarious.
she had some prime stuff. She had like ribeye. She had churrasco on the thighs and everything. That was a
What
expensive
is that Italian one? The thin Italian one, prosciutto or whatever.
provolone, prosciutto,
Yeah.
Capicola.
provolone's the cheese. No, prosciutto.
Oh,
Capicola.
snap. We're off.
Capicola,
We're off that cliff.
Capicola.
Capicola.
Oh, y'all are hilarious. That's funny. Well, look, Aquavision said having Hard Knocks is like you at work having corporate cameras on watching you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that, Aqua.
I feel like I can totally see that. But which one out of the most out of all the episodes, guys, be honest with me, which one do you feel like you got the most information out of the team? Like, which one gave you like the most, like, dang?
The Dallas was good. That was it.
Dallas was good, yeah.
That,
I like the one with Bake.
They showed control. They showed like control of the team. They showed him do what we're asking of him, and then all of a sudden they threw away after we kept losing. They don't want to show us everything else. The huddle.
Uncle Dan
I
giving
can't
out
even-
isotoners. That was pretty good.
That was hilarious.
Oh, and you know what? I love that teacher. The teacher, she come up there and class. So what do we got?
Oh no! And they said that
Oh,
she's
no.
going to the Super Bowl. Mary Martinez, Dan Marino.
Uncle
Yeah,
Dan.
Dan Marino's gonna send it to the Super. Uncle Dan sending her to the Super Bowl. That's
Vegas.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah.
But I mean, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, this to me, Hard Knocks. At the end of the day, I still think it was a distraction. The guys were I feel like they were playing too much for the cameras because everything's being recorded. You don't know what's gonna end up being edited in or out. And to me, it was
Phins.
just you can kind of tell it.
Listen, look, Miss Phins, I'm gonna keep saying this because it just makes no sense to me. I just don't understand. But then I heard Javon Holland talking on 560, and he was saying that it was pretty much forced scripted. But I just don't understand how you guys, the secondary, can have a dinner and then hype up Vic Fangio's scheme, talk about how they're excited to be in that scheme, and then the same guys just pretty much the complete opposite is said after he's gone. It just that for me. I can't understand. I know it was scripted. I get they're trying to make us look good. But if you have a player telling you that they forced them to have a dinner, pretty much, that they felt uncomfortable, I mean, why even do that? Like, that's what I'm talking about when you make us look bad like that. Like, just speak for real what's on your mind. Just don't feel force-fed to say something because you got a camera in front of your face. But in this
Yo,
case, it came
Cap.
back to not hurt. I feel like it hurt us in that aspect.
Yo, Cap, though, brother, man. Everybody kisses the bosses. You know what?
Yeah, but
They
on
didn't
national
all think
TV,
that.
I
Hey,
get that.
True,
But no,
but
if you're a Dolphin fan and you're looking at
it
that, and
was
then
kind of
after
obvious
everything
that
was
he
done,
did so much.
yeah,
And
but
and if you
there.
watch Attitude Era Wrestling, I think Vince McMahon had a club of that, the Kiss My Behind Club. Remember?
Oh yeah. That's right. So yeah, I
poor
think that's
Vince,
all that
man.
was, man.
I
That's
heard
all that
Vince is in
was.
hot water, man.
boiling
Yeah.
water, but that's another story.
Yeah, we're not gonna get into that, guys, because I don't know. But other than that, I mean, honestly, if you really take a look at it, I still think it was a distraction. Especially when you have like the big players, you know what I mean? Like the main one I feel like had the most distraction was Tyree, because I get it, he's got his brand. He feels like he's gonna retire within the next couple of years. Like he's like, okay, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna milk the crap out of this team and out of Hard Knocks. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna sell all them jerseys just so I can go ahead and
But
continue to
let's
have
be
my big
real.
brand, still runner,
Let's
whatever.
be real though. Like out of everything that happened this past season, let's be real. That man he went through a lot. I mean, a lot. And HBO and Hard Knocks. I mean, Hard Knocks. I don't think it helped either, man. Like it's just, I just everything that happened after Hard Knocks was introduced is when I feel everything went downhill. I feel like we were swag surfing. We were doing the greatest show on surf, and then when that came, it just the Titanic. For Tyreek, I feel for him, bro. Like I know he's the highest paid guy we got, and I know he's supposed to be not dropping passes and whatnot. I understand all that. It's rightfully valid arguments. But damn, the amount of bad luck that guy had this past season,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
ugh, I don't wish that upon nobody, dude.
Is
You
it
know,
bad
and I
luck or
want to
bad
say this
judgment? Is that bad luck or bad judgment? I
Yeah.
mean,
don't let your kids
That's a
play with
different, yeah,
you
that's
matches.
a
know,
different topic, yeah, a different argument, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey, I want to say
like,
this real quick though. I'm not saying that Hard Knocks was good or bad just to go against y'all. I just don't want to use it as an excuse for why we collapsed, because if we
oh
collapsed
Oh
no, I
because
no,
don't think
no,
it's
we
no, no,
collapsed.
no, no,
no. Thank
no,
you,
no, no,
Dolphin
no.
Dolph, for bringing that up because it
Yeah.
kind of gives us like it kind of brings it back. This
Right.
is not an excuse whatsoever why we collapsed. People don't get it twisted. I don't make no excuses for this team. They failed. Period. We didn't get
I
the
Right.
just
Super
feel like
Bowl.
it was
We
fuel to the
failed.
fire, you know.
Yeah. I got you.
Exactly. It definitely didn't help, in my opinion. Now, had we won the Super Bowl, I'm like, we got the perfect B-roll, man. You know they would have bring on all those clips. Your team has won a Super. You know how they do the whole video and whatever and stuff with the T-shirts and stuff. Man, they would have had so many clips. You know they would have gone back because it's the NFL films, so they would have gone back into all the clips that they had, and they would have not just the stuff, some of the stuff they already highlighted it on Hard Knocks. They would have highlighted some of that and all the other stuff behind the scenes from, you know what I mean, from Hard Knocks, what you didn't see in Hard Knocks and blah blah blah. Like
Yeah.
it would have been perfect, man.
Oh no,
The
hey, did you
second
guys see
team.
Reason's show last night? Did you see Reason's show?
Oh
No,
yeah. I
I
saw
didn't.
Reason.
I mean,
What
he was pretty much picking up like from what Hard Knocks showed Waddle being upset in that last game, saying we got too much talent on here, and now there's a little bit of rumbling saying that he was a little bit ticked off throughout the majority of the season, not just that episode.
Well, I brought this up when after the game because I was like, dang man, what do we gotta do? Because I made that point. I wrote it on a flipping napkin. I had to write it. No lie. Is this literally my napkin, ladies and gentlemen? I wrote it down. And I quote: "If anything, defense should be struggling. They're the ones injured." When I heard Hard Knocks put that out in episode 9, that's the one thing. That's the one thing I will say. I was so happy with Hard Knocks. They finally put out some stuff that I actually wanted to see. How the
Okay.
players truly felt. Even he was like, "This shouldn't be happening." Like I'm telling you right now, that was the one. I was like, "Dang, thank you, Waddle. Thank you, Hard Knocks, for finally showing us what these players truly feel, bro."
And I don't
These
blame him. I don't blame him. Sorry, Mr.
It
Phins.
happened to
Go
be the
ahead.
last
Oh,
episode
you're
too.
good.
Like everything
Exactly.
comes out. It was like, come on, man, really? That last episode, you want to show the truth?
Well, I don't blame him because seemed like Tua only looks at Tyreek. I'd be a little. I feel some kind of way about that too. You know.
You know what's so funny? Everybody's talking about how, man, imagine if we would have had Tyreek with 2,000 yards and Waddle with 1,000. It's like, you guys realize that last year it was pretty much the same. One had 1,300, one had 1,700. It was still the same 3,000 yards, guys. It don't matter who gets what. At the end of the day, still the same crap. Like, this
And
is,
by the
I'm
way,
like, did people not realize this?
I have a
Like,
fun fact for you, Miss Fins.
go ahead.
Every time a quarterback breaks the NFL touchdown record, they make the Super Bowl but lose it. Dan Marino with 48, Tom Brady with 50, and Peyton Manning with 55. They all made the Super Bowl and lost.
So
Hmm.
who's the last one who broke it? Who's the last one?
I think it's still at 55, right? Isn't it?
I think so too. I don't think anybody has broken. Right? I
What
don't
was the
think
question?
anybody has.
What was the question?
No, it was a
Like, how
statement
many?
that and anybody who broke the touchdown, every quarterback that broke the touchdown record, not only they lost the Super Bowl, they went to the Super Bowl and lost. Dan Marino with 48,
Tom
Brady with
Brady.
50, and then Peyton Manning with 55. The last three quarterbacks to break the. So stats don't mean crap. Everybody wants to talk about 1,000 yards and 2,000. Who gives a shit? That's for the name in the. I mean, sorry. That's for the
Who
name in the back.
cares?
Yeah, that's for the name in the back, not the name in the front.
What's up, Hota Joe? I appreciate you coming through.
What's up,
That
Joe?
was one of my main
What up,
things
Joe?
that you notice
Hooked
in
up.
this in Hard Knocks. At Hard Knocks, you saw the emphasis on them pushing and pushing and pushing Tyreek. And I'm
Yep.
like, and that was one of my main concerns with this team, anyways. It's like, who cares about individual stats if the team doesn't go nowhere? And you saw this crap. And it was like, really? Like, we've been dealing with this for how long now? And Hard Knocks kind of showed you to the point that you have your number two wide receiver literally saying, bro, this ain't it. This is not what should be happening. We are too talented to be this bad. Like, even they see it. Look, this is what I told. Did you guys not see Hard Knocks also showing halftime show? Halftime, not the halftime show, but the halftime breakdown of where Tua was like, "Let's go, guys! Let's go! Let's get it! Come on, guys!" Not one person was looking at him. That
No.
made me sad.
Well, that was like
That
that was the
made me
same thing as dropping
sad.
f bombs in the meeting. You know, it's like,
It was exactly the same. That made me sad because I'm like, I want my team to succeed. I- and this is what people don't get. Listen, I critique everybody in this team. I could care less who you are because I don't care who gets me to the Super Bowl. I want to win a Super Bowl. I don't care who it is. If it ends up being Tua Tagovailoa, once that gets us there, then thank you, Lord. Because all I want is a Super Bowl. I don't care if it's him. That's what people don't get. And it's like it hurts me because it's like I don't want to see that from the leadership in this team. Him being one of the captains.
Mm-hmm.
But
And I tell you
you
what,
saw the disconnect in the team.
If it's Skylar Thompson, I'll buy Peter jersey.
yeah, I would too. I'm right there with you, Shay.
Bro,
If he's in there and saying things that are real and people can get behind it, hey, trot Skylar out there. I want to see that. That's what I want to see. Real
I don't
talk.
think it'll happen, people. But at the end of the day, I keep trying to tell everybody, and we're gonna go over the cap next week because next week is Super Bowl week, so we're gonna discuss a few other things. But I keep trying to tell people like this, they pretty much already made them. They already made their mind. But check it out tomorrow morning, guys. We're gonna have Miss Needham, Nick Needham's mom, will be back tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah,
8
tomorrow.
a.m. Yeah, tomorrow 8 a.m. I thank the Lord I was able to get her back because definitely want to discuss just kind of seeing now that it's a couple weeks from from the game and whatever, and how the playoffs have gone and things like that. Kind of get her input, seeing it from the player side as well. Because I've been doing a lot of research as far as like, with the whole Vic Fangio thing, like, is it the players being soft, or is the coach not being a good coach? Is he just not being good at his job? Is he being a hard head and not, you know what I mean? And you can see it from the players. The literal players are telling you this. But then again, you get somebody like Joss coming into it and then being like, no, it's the players not wanting to take their B and C. So it's like, it's so many moving parts, that I've seen from so many different places. So it'd be pretty cool to kind of just, kind of talk to her about it too, and kind of, seeing, assessing the off season so far. So she'll be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., guys. So go check that out. I'm gonna drop it on X and let everybody else know as well. But I had to, I really wanted to talk about Hard Knocks because I really felt like thinking about this, man. To me, it still hurt the team. Not an excuse because other teams have to deal with it, but to me, it
There you go.
absolutely hurt the team, and it's like it put a magnifying glass on how this team is independently motivated versus communally motivated. What I mean by that, individual stats over the entire team overall success. That's what it
Hmm.
feel like. As a fan, that's what I got. That's what I got
Yeah. And you know what's
personally.
funny is when Brian Flores first got hired, one of the things I loved about him, he said the first thing that came out of his mouth was team first, putting the team first.
Hmm. That's true.
Not 2,000 yards, not MVP. You
Yep.
know what I mean? None of that. Team
And not
first.
even any individual player that wants to get it right now because he thinks they should. That's the one thing that I saw all year long with McDaniel was being so thinking that you're so good that you can decide on your own the exact player that you want to get the ball, and you're concentrating on who you want to get the ball more than you are where the ball needs to be to actually be successful. And I hope he learns from that, because if it's obvious to me, it should be obvious to him after reviewing himself, because he does self evaluate and self correct on a regular basis.
Hopefully. Like,
Hmm.
yes, it is. Thank you, Hookta Joe. And sorry, you came in and I introduced you, and then I went on my own tangent. But
Came in late
dude,
anyway. I
talk to
just
us
staying
about
home.
it. No, 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 it's cool. Do you think it helped, or do you think it helped us? Hard Knocks. Hmm?
It helped me as a fan see the team better, and I think it may have helped the team a little bit overall for people to see a little bit of the inside part of it. I think it was a distraction from the team. Um, they did seem to change just a little bit, but it's hard to know how they did change. But in another way, the Achilles heel of our team seemed to be more of a lack of concentration when it mattered, a lack of being prepared when it mattered. And I saw that in the Bills game, and there was no hard knocks around when the Bills were here. So while I do think that it hurt us and it was a distraction, I don't think that it was. I think it's like the ref calls. It wasn't the thing that really did it. It was the thing we talk about.
Dang. That's so true. Because if you look at the first, and I think that a lot of that has to fall, especially when it comes to preparation. It's got to fall obviously on the player execution, absolutely, but it also falls on the coaching staff and Mike McDaniel because it's like, dude, you are you preparing your team?
Well,
Are you actually preparing your team to what you need? Now, again, the two games that I feel like that they showed us was when they prepared for Max Crosby by have hitting Tua literally every single play, which I thought that was perfect,
Right.
and by hey, Shake Money, thanks for coming through. I appreciate you. I don't know what happened, but appreciate you, man. So that one, and also too, when they prepare for the Bills game, the second Bills game, and having Skylar Thompson for the defense pretend to be Josh Allen, and I'm like, okay, That's probably the only two times that I really saw them. I feel like preparing a little extra, at Hard Knocks that I saw. But other than that, and again, it could be that Hard Knocks wanted to focus on the entertainment aspect of it so they can get a better feel. But I feel like we only really got the true essence of the team in episode 9 when it was over. The most consequential episode, in my opinion, because you got to see the raw
Yeah, I
from
do
the
have something
players.
to say about that last
That one
episode too.
and JP, when Jalen Phillips went down. And he said, "Man, I'm having a career year. I'm finally stepping in." And he actually, like, seeing that raw emotion to me was priceless, and I appreciated that. And also that last one with Waddle. But what you had on it, hooked up Joe?
That what I saw on the field before the game was the players dancing around and doing funny hand slaps and all that kind of stuff. And every time I've seen that, as soon as I saw them doing that, I'm like, we're going to lose this game because I have not seen a game yet where they were dancing around doing hand slaps and more worried about their funny handshakes than they were the game. And then when I watched that last episode after our final game, you could see it on everybody's face, in everybody's attitude. They weren't bumping each other, trying to do what you were talking about, where they were real focused on the game and this is what we're going to do to reenact this game. They were they were talking about old coaches for Alabama and things like that. They were completely not focused and you could just see it. And that's on and what do you have to do to change that? They're young. I mean, how can you not be focused? What more do you possibly have to do to get a team focused when you're in that scenario?
Well,
Knowing
you got to
what's
be
at
genuine,
stake.
and that goes back to the locker room or that big meeting or whatever they were having, and not just dropping f bombs just to try to look cool. Um, to me, these are kids. I mean, that's something we forget about. These are kids.
They're not
25
kids;
is
they're grown
Yeah.
fine.
men. No,
Well,
no. At
yeah.
18, you are a grown man.
You
You are a
grown, but
grown
you
man.
still got
But these
kid
22,
instinct.
23, 24, 20, no, no, no. They're young men, but they're still men. And I'm not going to treat them like little boys because they're not little boys. At 18, they're men, period. Society
Okay.
doesn't allow them to be little kids yet, so neither will I. Like, they're men. They may be young in their profession, and I'll give you that, but they're still men. So, but sorry, go
I've
ahead.
been young too, so I know how immature I was even in my 20s. So,
Well, mature when
uh,
you're younger.
yeah. So I mean, I could get caught up in, oh, the cameras are on me. Ooh, I'm gonna come up with some kind of celebration. I could see how that would be
But
cool.
then the culture,
Yeah,
that goes
yeah.
back on the culture. That goes back on what kind of culture have you established as a head coach? The team is a direct um,
Reflection.
reflection. Thank you. A direct
Huh?
reflection of the head coach. Look at Dan Campbell. Look at the
Oh,
Detroit Lions. You think that team is fooling around talking about isotoners and golf swings, whatever, and celebrations and all that? And they've had hard knocks too. Do you think that team is focused like that,
oh, you ain't
or
gonna
do
get
you
me to
think
talk
they're
bad
they're
about Dan
focused on
Campbell.
business? Mm-mm.
Nah,
Go ahead.
yeah.
What are you gonna say about Dan Campbell,
I wasn't gonna talk
or even
nothing bad
Mike?
about Dan Campbell.
Oh,
Yeah,
exactly. Or even
no.
or even if you want to go Mike Tomlin. You think the Steelers? You think the Steelers, who have this quarterback situation every single year for the last few years, you think having they're playing around and not focused? It all starts at the top. It's
Yeah.
head coach, and then you got your captains. Where are the captains? Where are the leaders of the team? Where they're supposed to get their instructions from the head coach and implement it. Where are the enforcers of the team? Where's the Udonis Haslam of the team? If you play basketball, if you know anything about basketball, if you know Miami Heat culture, because that's what it's called, you know who Udonis Haslam is. We just retired his jersey. He just 20 years in the league. We just retired his jersey, number 40. And everybody's like, why don't we just get rid of UD and get somebody? Why? First of all, you have 15 players in the NBA roster. You have your starting five, you have your backup five, and then you have two rotational players. Two of them in which every single game you're supposed to healthy scratches or due to injury, essentially. Vet minimum. He wanted to continue to play. He was Heat culture. He is Heat culture. What does that mean? Hard nose, no play. Like, it's not about not having fun. It's about taking care of business. And you saw the Hard Knocks. And to your point, Hooked Up Joe, I think you said it best. How many times you saw them playing around, goofing around, and blah blah blah, and then we take a L, and then you see it's like,
And then next week we come back and win because we're all serious again all of a sudden. You know how many we have to get slapped in the face over and over again in order to get back on track? It shouldn't take that. And hopefully the whole team will learn. I'm not going to attribute a root cause because I don't know, but I know that
sure.
seemed to be at play.
See a common denominator there.
I was, thank you, Dolphin. I was just about to say that. You see a common denominator. Oh, so when you get slapped around and you lose to a team you weren't supposed to lose, the Tennessee Titans, the whole world had you winning this game by double digits, and you lose this game? Is it fun and games? You want to you want to continue to have fun, monkey around, and not take it serious? Oh, now we're gonna take it serious, and now we're gonna go ahead and do well in the next game. Like, come on, man. It's not. It's so. And this is why I want to talk about it, because there were so many hidden gems in Hard Knocks that I feel like sometimes we kind of overlooked it. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh man, there's some hidden gems. There were some hidden gems in the Hard Knocks. You just have to like literally like look at it. You know. And for the
Twice.
Dolphins, look at look at look at the response. We go from losing a ridiculous game we shouldn't have lost to going 30-0. Like what? What the heck? And you lose the game by one flipping point to going 30-0 the next game. Are we serious?
But
And
all
then
in
you
all, New
barely, let's
Finland.
be honest, guys. We beat the Cowboys. First of all, we won by two. Don't matter how much you win by, I get it. We barely won this game, if we're gonna be honest. We barely won the Cowboys game, if we're gonna be honest.
But
That
we
was all
did what we
Jason
needed to
Sandler because
do.
I'm
We
we couldn't do
marched
anything
down the
on
field
offense.
for once.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, both of you two were talking.
Sorry. Go ahead, Don.
Dolphin, don't go first, and then Hooked Up Joe. It's okay.
Well, the
What were you
Dallas
saying,
game,
Don?
our offense was really stinking it up because we wound up relying on Jason Sanders for the whole thing. So I'm sorry, I just jumped in there, hooked
No,
up.
that's what we do.
I
No,
know,
you're good.
I
You're
know.
good. Because that was my point. That was my
That's something
point.
needs to be brought up. Yeah.
That was my point. A stellar game by him, by the way. Not one or two, but three 50 plus,
All right.
almost a 60-yarder. This is why I keep telling people, I'm like, relax. We got our kicker. We don't need to get nobody else. We got our kicker.
Yeah, somebody reviewed
But,
his
bro, what the
stats for
heck
the
did the
year. They
offense?
were great, actually. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
really? He only missed like two, and they were both
Two
50
the entire
yarders or
game.
something. And they were
Two of
50
them.
yard plus.
It's weird because when you rush him out there to do it, he'll nail it. But when you give him time to kick it, he overthinks it. That's when things go
No,
wrong.
I don't think. I mean, I can see where you're coming from, but I don't think so. Again, he only missed two the entire season.
I
If you
thought it
don't want
was
to think
Really?
like
actually,
that, yeah.
yeah, I
He
thought it was
missed
kind of,
one PAT. He missed one PAT, and I think two field goals. Because I did the end of the season review as part of the offense. The kicking team was part of it, and he only missed. Yeah, to Joe's point. No, that's the defense. I see the offense. Can't give him return kicking. He missed three field goals. That's it. He missed three field goals in total. Nope, two field goals. My bad.
and a point and an extra point. So
And
three
a
kick.
PAT. That's what it was.
That's
Three
three total
kicks
kicks,
essentially. Yeah,
right?
three total
I thought
kicks
it
is what
was
he missed.
I was thought it was kind of cool how Dallas has the best kicker in town, right? I mean, that guy can kick it from 50, 50, 50 backwards with his eyes closed and didn't miss all year. And we went in there and used our kicker to beat him, which I thought was funny.
Yeah.
And I also thought it was great
Yeah,
that
that
it was
was
the
funny.
one game where we marched down the field and used the clock and kicked the game winning field goal like a professional team is supposed to do. That kind of was making us feel like we were
Say that
getting
line
over
one
the
more
hump
time, real quick. Say that
like a
last line one
professional
more time.
team is supposed to do. We were
No,
like,
but
that's
right before that,
that's like
right before that.
we marched down the field and ran out the clock and kicked the field goal like we're supposed to. I mean, that's how you're supposed to win the game, and that's how people beat us all the time.
Really?
So we were like,
Mhm.
we're over the hump. We're turning into that team that always beats us. And
Oh,
then,
are for real? We marched down, killed the clock, and kicked a game-winning field goal. Jeez, not one, not two, not three, not four, not five. This man, out of our 22 points, scored 15 points by himself, not including the PAT. 16 points by Sanders in that game.
Yep.
I want people to hear that. 16 points by our kicker.
What would Buffalo give us for that guy now?
No, that's what I'm telling you guys. For the love that is holy, Dolphins, please do not get rid of the holder. Because that is what messes him up every time. You keep when we got rid of Hawk, that's when he went downhill.
Yep.
Now we got a holder for him. Keep him, please. But at the end of the day, it's like you saw it on Hard Knocks, bro. One touchdown in one game, and then you saw the Ravens game, and that was just I was having I was having flashbacks to the Bills game we played 3 years prior to when they beat us 56-17 or something like that. I was like, this can't be happening again. Like, and the thing, it's like in every single loss we've had this season, this particular season, you can tell me if I'm wrong. We've been in the game all the way up to the fourth quarter. We were what, one possession, maybe two max. We've been in every single game we've lost. Every single game. Even the 56 pointer. Because they scored that sucker in the fourth quarter. Well, third
yeah.
quarter, technically. Let me go
And
back
so
here
many
to the.
games come down to just this one critical play. I mean, if you think about,
Yeah, the
there's
fourth
like
quarter.
one or two,
Fourth quarter.
and that's not just our team. I mean, it seems like almost all the good games you see, there's just one critical play that was whether it would have went one way or the other, which is good
And
football.
it's like, I get it, and we're not always gonna get. Yeah, 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 yeah. We're not always gonna get every call. I get that. You know what I mean? Not everything's gonna always swing our way. But the problem
Yeah, I'm
is,
not talking about
this
calls. I'm
is
talking
when you
about drop
need
pass,
your.
missing the guy open, all of that stuff. Just a critical play, not
That's
not
what.
necessarily a ref call or anything like
Thank
that. Just
you.
the play itself is what I'm talking about.
It's like so many opportunities where you're like, oh my god, if we would have just made this right here. That's when you need your captains to step up. That's when you need your leaders to step up in both offense and defense. But let's not lie. Although offense ended up having a much higher ranking than our defense this season at the end of the season. Ladies and gentlemen, who freaking cares if we still lost in the first round in the playoffs to a team that sucked? I just still don't understand how on earth we lost to Kansas City not once but twice when we know this team sucked all season and still managed to win 11 games. I cannot understand this for the life of me. It just
Andy
makes no
Reid.
sense to me.
Andy Reid. That
It makes
damn
no
Andy
sense.
Reid.
It makes no sense to me, man. Like I don't know. I don't know. And but you saw all this at Hard Knocks. You saw the non-discipline, the lack of accountability, if you will. The I'm super cool coach and I'm great with my players. That's great. Did that translate to a win? Because I could care less what happens. As long as it translates to a win. Now, granted, I know a lot of people are gonna say, "Well, Miss Fans, the other team gets paid too," which is true. I'm not gonna take that away from them. They also get paid too. But let's be real. With all the distractions we have, and I heard, I've been doing a lot of research, especially with this whole crap about Fangio. I'm like, and McDaniel, with the accountability or lack of accountability, players out here being out all night, having fun, blah blah blah, catching cases. Sorry, like, what are we doing?
That's a great point. Like as far as accountability, who's being accountable for everything that's happened so far? I don't see nobody stepping up and saying, "Yeah, I dropped the ball on this one. This is my fault." You know what I mean? Like no one wants to say anything. Everybody just wants to say, "Oh, this was a great season. Let's do it again next year."
Thank you, Cap. Thank you. I feel like you summarized it perfectly. Where's the accountability? Because I didn't see any. I didn't see any accountability being taken. If anything, it seemed like at the end of the season, it was almost like, oh, well, it wasn't me. Like, if you read between the lines in some of these press conferences from the players, essentially what they're saying is, yeah, this happened, this happened, this happened, but it wasn't me. Taking zero accountabilities into their play.
The long off season's going to have a lot of time for them to be self-evaluating for some accountability. And sometimes it's one of those things where after you look back at it, then it starts to sink in. And that's what we're
Yeah.
going to have to hope for. We
Yep.
can't make anything happen. We can only hope that that's what's going to
Yep.
happen.
Well, I hope it
Exactly.
happens for coach because he kept saying, "Oh, I made bad calls and called these fadeaways." And what he go back and do time and time again, kept calling the same plays, the same Tyreek screens, and we had no answers for the second half. So yeah, I'm with you 1,000% on that, man. I'm probably just sounding like a ranting Dolphin fan, but
No,
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 it's not
but
ranting. It's
and this
just
is why
it's just the truth. It's the truth.
it's what we're seeing exactly. Look, and crazy Dolphin, what's up, Mr. Polk? How you doing, sir? Crazy Dolphin said it too. Agree, Cap and Miss Fence. No accountability. Like you saw,
Er,
it was almost like this is what it feels like. I feel like we're old enough for all of us to, we've had real jobs, and you know what we call real jobs, like, um, I don't want to say necessarily corporate jobs, but like big girl, big boy jobs, right? And there's always that coworker that just comes in, clocks in, does the bare minimum, and sometimes way less than that, clock out and dips. But then you have the other coworkers where, man, they're there early, they clock in, they do their job, they're helping others, you know what I mean? Hey, when they mess up, they're like, you know what? I forgot to do this. I'm gonna go ahead and take care of it, blah, 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 blah. Clock out and they're still thinking about it. You know what I mean? They're focused on work. They truly take that personal pride. And maybe that's why. hmm, They have that personal pride. It's like, this is my calling card. I don't care if I'm flipping burgers. I'm gonna be the best burger flipper in this entire company, and I'll make sure I'm gonna do my best. Because it doesn't matter what you do, how you do it. You know what I mean? And we've all had those coworkers that they don't do jack at work. And we also know that one or two coworkers that, man, they just work so hard, and you're like, man, even if you're maybe not to their extreme or the other one's extreme, you're maybe like halfway in the middle. It's like, you know what? I wanna get better like them. They inspire you to be better. It's like, you know what? I can step up my game. Let me go ahead and step up my game. You know what I mean?
1,000%.
Where's
Yeah.
that? Where's that in this team? Where is that in this team? And take a look at when you have your number two wide receiver literally saying, and I quote, if anything, D should be struggling. This shouldn't be happening in offense. That was the biggest jaw drop. I don't know. How did you guys take that? How did you guys take episode 9 with Waddle? Because to me, that was the biggest, like,
I was surprised they showed it. I'm kind of with you. I was pretty amazed that they showed something that real, because that
dude, I
was
had to
flat out
I,
real.
I replayed that
Sorry,
part
Cap.
like
Go ahead.
7 times. Go ahead, Cap.
No, yeah. I mean, it was, for me, the last episode, to see that is one thing, but to have the Alabama correlation, to show Nick Saban there just trying to like show the bad. That episode, I just did not understand that episode. I just think like whoever made that last episode had a sick sense of humor. I don't know, man. It did not make sense whatsoever, and it didn't reflect anything of the good throughout the whole season. And it was a very odd last episode, to be honest with you.
It
Dang, now
showed
y'all gonna make me go watch it.
Yeah, I was.
You gotta
I
watch
almost
it.
felt
Hey,
like doing it. But
Dolph and Don.
it showed the distraction. That's what it. That's
Yeah.
Cap. What you're saying, it honestly is just showing the distraction of the team. The team
Yeah,
is not
like
focused
exactly.
in
Like we were
real
talking
life.
about earlier, the Cowboys game. Like we showed the ins and out of the huddle. After that last episode that we saw, you're showing me 15 minutes of nonstop Alabama and freaking what's that guy's name? Tuscaloosa Willie talking
Yeah.
about missing Saban and just why would you have
Nothing but
Saban
the
in the last
tie.
15 minutes? Yeah. Like you're pretty much showing Alabama the last 15 minutes trying to rub it in our face. Like I don't understand the point of having Nick Saban critiquing Tua at the last 15 minutes of that episode and showing Tuscaloosa Willie. You got to see it, man. It was very odd. Very, very odd.
Wow. Well, I've
But
been
it
holding
was
off because
so
I just couldn't stand the pain of it. I was like, I don't want to see this.
Let me tell you something. They're the tear jerkers galore. And I'm pulling it up because I want to see if I can capture the Waddle part. And if I can oh, I think this is it. Ooh, wait a minute.
Oh,
If
when
I
he's
can
sitting on the hot seat. Yeah.
So just so we can hear, you know what I mean? Just to hear what Waddle said, because I'm like, it was just too hot of a hot take, in my opinion, to not to highlight. And it was just like, it was just insane,
Might
in
be
my
time to
opinion.
blow this thing up then.
You think that's what Hard Knocks kind of brought you into? Like, we're gonna have to like really
Start
blow
over.
it up? You think so? Is that
I'm
what you
ready
really
to,
feel?
because like TD was saying, that really brought some things home to me. It's like, you know what? We had a plan, we deviated from it. Maybe we should try to plan again, because we got sidetracked. We were like in the checkout lane, and something we couldn't afford was right there, and we went ahead and bought it. Tyreek. And yeah, it's been good, but it really didn't get us what we
Yeah.
need.
I was
Yeah.
listening to Joe Rose the other day. I think it was the day before yesterday. No, actually, it was yesterday. Everybody's coming back. He said we're running it back. That's a fact. Everybody is coming back. Front office, players, personnel, everybody's coming back. They're going to make another
Okay.
run.
Okay. All right.
And they kind of have to, because imagine the scenario where we blew it up right now. We went 9 wins, 11 wins back to back. Imagine that we did blow it up right now. Next year, we win 5 games. Worse, we win 8. And you know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
our only real, I mean, if you're talking about blowing it up and we go back to a 2-win season, I mean, everybody, the owner should fire himself for that. I mean, it
Right.
just from the outside view, especially you look at Hard Knocks and people are watching that and they're going, "Oh, what a great team!" And then they end up firing everybody and have a 2-win season. I think that would be kind of looked down upon,
Yeah.
risky.
Yeah, we all know what 4 years. For in order for a general manager to have his vision, they need 3 to 4 years. I understand that; it's understandable. But when the vision is not, especially it's not, for people question the philosophy of your methods. You know, I get you have a track record. Your family has a track record of drafting guys in the NFL. I get that; it's a good reputation, a strong reputation. But man, I mean, Buddy Ryan had a reputation too, and sooner or later, the guys like Belichick, he had a reputation, but sooner or later they got rid of him. Like, how long are you going to hold on to nostalgia when it's not working?
I've been a Greer fan for a long time, and I always liked the process that they have, that they do things in a methodical process way. But I'm at the point now where I think that process is too much of a spreadsheet, and what we need is humans looking at humans more. I mean, they do add the human element and how much they love football and all that stuff into their spreadsheet, but I think they need to use less process and more heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, analytics nowadays it's the end all be all, and we're all adapting to it. But man, like Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, I think are the like old school as old school can be. Got rid of Tyreek throughout analytics, proving that Tyreek is analytic pro. They still made the move and got rid of him, knowing the repercussions they were going to get, and still win the 2 Super Bowls.
There's something to be said. Plus, they know how to draft guys. Who saw Pacheco?
Yeah.
Who had Pacheco
Yeah.
on their draft?
Rashid Rice surprised me.
Another one. Yeah.
The
Even Mahomes.
defense for me was, I mean,
passed up on Mahomes.
man, the defense, Dolphin Don. I mean, I didn't think they were going to be that good, man. Kansas City's defense has stepped up another level, and they turned it up another notch, and that's what makes them unpredictable, man. That's what I want for us, man. Like, crap, how can they do that with a defense that was nonchalant 2 years ago, and now you have that defense to complement the quarterback that's pretty much the elite quarterback in the NFL. Oh, man.
Yeah,
sometimes
that
I get
defense is
envious
winning
too
more
much,
games than Mahomes. So
yeah, and they
Their
drafted.
defense
They
is the
drafted.
only reason why they won. Period. In my opinion, guys. Sorry, I'm trying to look for the I'm trying to look for the Waddle thingy, but that the only reason why they even won games this season, Kansas City, is because of their defense. Their offense was playing like crap all season long. What's up, CB83? How you doing, buddy?
What's good,
Like
CB.
CB?
the whole time, the entire time, it it'd been playing so bad, and it was all on really the defense that got them out of so many bad situations for the Chiefs, in my opinion.
Spags.
It,
Yeah.
it, it was. This is why I was so upset when we lost, because I'm like, to lose to this game, to lose to this team. This isn't even the. This is sad to say. This isn't even their best playoff caliber team, and they're back in the Super Bowl, guys.
Andy Reid pretty much told you, you know what? My tight end is better than your whole offense, and I'm going to prove it.
Try to stop him, and you can't.
You know what I found the craziest stat is that that we have a tight end that has the most receptions of any player, just beat out Jerry Rice for the most receptions in the playoffs.
I saw
And
that.
they're
That's
still
crazy.
going. Wow. And that kind of makes you, when you look at a pattern of a team with a super great tight end and, of course, a great coach and quarterback, but you're seeing that when you see that stat, it kind of makes you wonder if a tight end isn't a lot more important than other teams say it is. Kind of like we value our fullback. And I know this is the understatement of the day. I'm trying to understate it because everybody says we need a tight end, but just looking at Kansas City hammers it home a little bit, at least for me.
Every good team in the playoffs this year had a good tight end. I mean,
That's a good point. Yeah,
I'm
Laporta. You
sorry,
had
but no,
Likely.
Mike McDaniel doesn't care about the tight ends, guys. He doesn't care.
Right. And that's kind of a root cause of a problem, is kind of what I'm getting at.
yeah.
Whether or not he wants to do it, it's kind of needed, is what I was kind of saying.
I always heard the tight ends are a quarterback's best friend.
Yeah, I mean, I get we need to have blocking schemes with the blocking scheme we use for this offense, but to have freaking, Alec Ginkel, who's a Pro Bowler, not do more on offense, and then, Smythe gets a promotion and becomes a starter and not get utilized but to block, it makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Not at all.
All right, so I'm taking
Cap, you were saying? Oh, I think you were probably talking to yourself.
Sorry, I'm at work right now.
Oh yeah. No, it's to me personally, and this is kind of what you saw at Hard Knocks too, man. Like it kind of gave you that view of kind of the things that we were missing, from the team. And this another reason why I'm like, did this like did it help or did it hurt him? I feel like it helped I feel like it helped the fans understand the team a little bit more, but I think it was at the expense of the team. And now I'm looking at it. It's 7-16 in the start of the third quarter, and you're seeing the defense on the bench saying, "Come on, offense, we need one." Like when your defensive players gotta literally say, "Come on, offense, we need one." Like, it literally said. I mean, I don't know what else you can say. Like, I almost feel bad for this team as far as when it comes to the players, because you see it, especially this defense. You see it. It's like
The defense took over the whole. I think the defense was the thing that drove the team for the whole last half of the season. Hands down. I mean, to me, it was
the
the
entire season.
defense. The defense surpassed the offense. If you just put them on a graph with straight lines right in the middle of the season, they surpassed them and kept going, and the defense kept going down.
The
Whether
ragtag defense was the
Wait, you're
highlight.
saying
right.
our defense kept going down?
No, I'm
No?
saying our offense compared to our defense. I'm not saying our offense. I'm
I was
saying our
about to say.
defense
They're holding it
surpassed our
together.
offense in the middle of the season, and our defense was better than our offense. Probably, just in general, the entire last half of the season, almost
Well,
on a straight
overall, at
line
the end of the
trajectory.
season, it ranked number 2 overall. Our defense ranked 22nd overall. Because this is what people are going to say. We ranked second overall in offense and number 22 overall in defense. In passing defense, we were 15th. In rushing defense, we were 7th. In
I thought
Those
we
kind
scoring
of
were
defense,
people.
we were
10th
22nd.
Those kind of people didn't
going
watch the
in.
last few games.
What
When
happened
How
Cal-
it's
was
skewed,
we
how
were
it's
way better than
skewed,
that.
how it's super skewed,
mm-hmm.
the numbers.
Yep.
If you really take a look at it, I get it, man. You got number 1 passing offense, number 6 rushing offense, number 3 in kicking. I get that. But dang, man, did you see the second half? The offense was 40 points in the last 11 games. I think that's a stat. I wrote it down. Let me look at. That's why I write things down so I can remember. We score essentially one touchdown a game each game in the last like 4 games or 5 games in the season.
We averaged
Oh,
what,
in the
20?
last 11 quarters, that's what it was. In the last 11 quarters of the season, we scored 40 points.
Color, yeah, Color does the breakdown beautifully of the difference between coaching regimes and the difference of points being scored. And in the last, I think, 6 weeks of this season, I think it was like 19 points a game. We weren't even cracking 20. I think the Dallas game was just, a lucky, draw by us cracking 20. But the majority of that span, we were not even a top-notch scoring offense.
Look at here. In the last, if we're gonna, I mean, I'm not even including the postseason. I'm just gonna go straight regular season. I'm gonna go backwards. We scored 14 points versus the Bills, 19 points versus the Ravens, 20 points versus 22 points versus the Cowboys, 30 points versus the Jets, 27 versus the Titans, 15 versus 45 versus the Commanders, 34 versus the Jets, 20 versus the Raiders, right? All those are the teams that we scored. How many of those were from mostly the kicking team? Like, now, if you go back in the last 3 games of the season, the last 3 games alone, 14 points. Well, in the playoffs, 7. 14 points versus the Bills, 19 points versus the Ravens. We're averaging 29.2 points per game. Where was the 29.2 points per game in the last part of the season? Because we didn't score that. I would say the Jets game and on, those are the last
And we did that
games.
without Tyreek, right? That Jets game?
That Jets game, we did it without Tyreek. That's it. The next game, we only scored 22, then 19, then 14, then 7. It's like progressively worse as the season went on. Like, that, that's something that you also have to take into consideration too. It's the offense was not clicking when we needed them the most, and that's at the end of the game, at the end of the season, when you
I'll be
have
back,
your
guys.
defense, yeah, when you have your defense literally saying, "Hey, um, come on, offense, we just need one, let's go." Like, am I too far off? Am I far off with that?
No. So offense has to be looked at, and I'm at the point where if say a team like say Chicago were to offer us a first rounder and Justin Fields for Tua, Waddle, and X, I'm taking all day long.
They'd have to be agreeing to X's
How
contract on
much?
that.
Well, see, yeah, the X, you have to throw X in there just because. Okay, well,
Well,
here's
they'd
the
have
little
to take his contract too. You
right.
know what I mean?
Exactly,
That'd be like
exactly.
they'd have to be buying us out with that X contract. Like that would be, how many zucchini do I have to take if I'm going to take that squash or whatever? It's kind of like
Exactly.
that.
Exactly. So that's
For
why I've thrown 3 players in there.
And if the team thought something like that was the best thing to do, then I would trust the team had it worked out. Because when it comes to trading like Tunzel and things like that, we've done all
Mm,
right. So it's not something that I want. We're not on the same page on that one at all. But
okay.
if the team thought that it was the right thing to do, I wouldn't be pitching a fit.
Okay. Well, I'm just looking at ways we're 50 million over the cap next year.
No, that's no man. I stopped worrying about the cap a couple years ago because every year, if you go look at what we can dump and restructure, I mean, we can get rid of, we'll have a cap show, and there's 1,000 ways we can get rid of that cap problem, and they always do.
Hmm.
And we're gonna have those shows because I'm gonna break that down for us. So we already started when I brought up all the players we still needed to sign. So we went over at least some of that already. We're gonna go over that. I'm gonna try to see if we can do that next week. But I mean, listen, look at this. The last 2 seasons, the defense has kept us in most of our games, but as always, the defense wears down and injuries increase due to lack of not complementing the defense with the offense. 100% true. I mean, you can literally say that for the last 20 years, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Lack of offensive production. But when you even and I can't, I have to, and it's taking me a little bit longer to get the Waddle quote because even McDaniel said, "Man, we can't get nothing done." Your head coach in the middle of the game is saying we can't get nothing done, and then the commentator, uh, Shriver, he's like, "Well, in the beginning of the season, the Miami offense felt unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable early in the season, and we only scored 40 points in the last 11 quarters." Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Let me see. You guys tell me if you can hear this. Let me pull it up real quick because I want to make sure. I'll make sure y'all can hear it. I'm gonna play a little bit and then you guys tell me if y'all can hear this. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me back up so you guys can hear. Well, not the cursing part, but I'll play this part. Did you guys hear that?
Nah,
No.
not quite. A little too
Okay,
We
low.
heard we heard a little something, but not nothing you could to discern.
Okay. Okay. I have to move my mic, so give me a second here. Let me do it this way. Let me do it this way. Okay. Settings, audio. My mic. We're gonna do. Yep. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Got it.
Okay. So hold on. Let me see if you can hear it. Let me play it again, and let me see if y'all can hear it. Not what I was expecting to play, but did y'all hear that?
Yeah.
We'll act like we didn't hear it.
Okay. Yeah.
Like
No, we
this
didn't hear
was
it.
not what I was expecting, but
Bless you.
I
Bless you. Bless you.
thought I skipped the Mike McDaniel one and forgot that Tyreek said it afterwards. Like this is
Dangerous running any hard knocks
oh
around
my
here. That's for
god,
sure.
seriously. Sorry about that,
F-bomb,
guys.
but,
Anywho, so here it is. Right now, Lee Schreiber is about to talk about the Dolphins offense, and he's gonna talk about, and then Waddle's gonna come up. Listen to this because I need everybody to hear this, man. This was just it blew my mind, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely blew my mind. I couldn't believe it. So listen to this real quick. Wait, let me take it off. Mute.
And the offense that felt unstoppable early in the season has scored 40 points in almost the last 11 quarters.
Did you guys hear that?
Mm-hmm.
40 points in almost the last 11 quarters. Are you flipping kidding me?
Crazy.
That was the offense.
We can't put up 7 points, though.
Man, we can't put up 7 points, cuz I'm just reading it. Like that's that's Waddle right now saying it.
Like, not in this type of game. Defense did all they could do. We just didn't put up points, bro.
Did you hear him?
Mm-hmm.
Defense did all they can do. We just didn't put up points.
Facts.
I can't put the rest because it's literally like 2 back-to-back curse words. I'm gonna mute that little section right there. But there you go. And then now I can play this other one.
If anything, defense should be struggling. We got 11 new players, bro.
Did you hear that?
Oh, they should have known it. Fuck. We too talented. If anything, defense should be struggling. We got 11 new players, bro.
We are too talented for this. If anything, defense should be struggling. They got 11 new players. Where's the lie, ladies and gentlemen? This is why I asked. Did Hard Knock help or hurt us? It helped us because we get to see, what the players are finally players are getting to say, and they're showing it. But Come on, man. Waddle is literally out here telling you, the narrator is telling you 40 points in the 11th quarter. That's not gonna cut it in the playoffs. You need to score that in at least a game, or maybe even at least 2 games. And in case people don't know what 11 quarters is, ladies and gentlemen, this fourth quarter, that's almost 3 games. So in pretty much in 3 games, the Dolphins only scored 40 points. You divide that, you're talking about 15 points a game.
Yeah, less.
Nope, I'm lying.
Less. Yeah, like
13
12.
points a game.
Yeah.
13 points a game. Or 13.5 points a game, something like that.
Not
Yeah.
enough.
And
No.
we're supposed to be beating 13 points a game, right? That's not gonna be the Chiefs who scored 26. That's not gonna beat the Bills who scored 21. Definitely not gonna beat the Ravens who scored 56. That's that's where we're coming at. You know what I mean? That's the one thing I will say. Episode 9 gave me the most information out of all of them, where we finally get to see what the players, are hidden. Because I just feel like, man, we're not getting like the real information. And you see it, even Waddle is telling you, this squad is too talented not to be producing in offense. The man said it. I'm so happy you guys can hear. Can you guys still
Oh
hear?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Is it okay? Because I was like, well, I want to make sure I, do it because I don't, no point in putting anything else up. This that was the
Well,
main one. So let me.
that falls squarely on McDaniel's lap because that means he needs to start handing off the play calling to somebody else. That's
But
my
is it or is it player execution?
I think we're going to have disagreements on this one because some of us think that the fact that we're 31st in actual pass protection rate, win rate, our pass protection win rate is 31st in the league, which means our quarterback has 0 time to run, which kind of gets to, Manolo. I'm probably butchering your name, Manolo.
No, I think that's what he said. Yeah, Manolo. That's what I say.
He was talking about, when you get a tight end, like we're saying that we want, it takes more than 2.1 seconds for that tight end to develop. That tight end's not it's going to take some time for the play to develop. And there's plays like that. That's just one of the quazillion examples of plays that if you want to make that play work, you have to have an offensive line that's not 31st in pass protection level win rate. So while our offense had great stats, this is an area we might even want to have a whole show to kind of break down what are the offensive line stats real or are they fake? When you talk about, sacks and quarterback rushes, you also have the least time to throw and they balance each other out. So is it a cause or an effect here, right?
I don't know because if you take a look at it, the O line, they were 5th best in the entire league at only allowing 31 sacks the entire season.
Right, but
That's
that's
less than 2.
because
That's
but,
what, 2 a game? Maybe
but how do
less
you
than 2 a
equate
game.
the thing is you have to equate that to being 31st in pass protection win rate. And how in the world do we have such great stats when it comes to sacks and such terrible stats when it comes to win rate? It's because if you use it and you use algebra, the other end of the equation is 2.1 seconds we're throwing the ball off, which if you can continue to extrapolate that out, that's the reason we're running these ridiculous screen passes, because if you're not winning up front and you're getting attacked down the front, your only option to keep these guys off of you is to throw a screen pass because that's going to keep them off of you. It's not about that individual play. It's about the way you have to play the whole game and as a scheme in order to keep from your quarterback from getting slammed. So we're using scheme and other factors to mask the fact that our offensive line has the 31st level win rate when it comes to pass protection. And I know we don't agree on this. So I kind of
Oh,
preface that, we don't really
Wow.
agree
we
on the
definitely
offensive
don't
line
agree
thing.
with this.
Right. I know we don't. And so I just
Like,
prefacing that we'll agree to disagree. I'm just
yeah,
telling,
which is fine.
people in chat where I'm coming from this, even though I know you have a different take on it.
Oh,
Well,
I absolutely have a different take. But Manolo, before you go, I just wanted to read this. But you must also factor the play design calling for a 2.1 second release. So I just wanted to point that
That's
out there.
kind of what we're on the same page there, I believe.
But go ahead, Don, because I definitely want to get in.
well, I see what Hooked Up saying, and I agree with him to that point because we can't improve what we can't measure. Uh, and the fact is that we don't know what kind of offense we could have if we had a good line. Is what you're saying, pretty much, right?
Yep. If we had time, aligned with time.
Okay. And
Do you?
what
Oh, go ahead.
I will
Go ahead.
say, I will say that I want my head coach chatting it up with the refs. I want my head coach engaged in the game. I don't want him making calls. I want him to have the ability to say, "Hey, we're going to go for it," like Dan Campbell. But I don't want him calling the game. Yeah, sure. Design some plays. Great, great. We'll run them. But have faith in your offensive coordinator, who you're paying to take some of that burden off of you, rather than, I don't know, trying to put too much on your own shoulders. Because I think that's bitten us in the butt a few times. That's
I'm
my
gonna tell
that's my
you.
2 cents.
I'm gonna tell you right now because I know Hotel Joe. You and I have talked about this before. I don't know if you know this, but when it comes to Tua Tagovailoa, the more time he has in the pocket, the worse his efficiency goes.
True.
So why do we want more time in the pocket?
That's a good point too.
We need more time in the pocket so we can
For
make those plays that we haven't been able to call because we don't have the luxury of time to be able to make the call. It changes our whole playbook, is my point.
but we've had this already, and he gets worse with more time.
You get worse with more time if you have more time and you have the 31st ranked win rate on your offensive line and you're scrambling around. Nobody he's not Mahomes. He's not going to scramble around and do something like
We
that.
know
He's going to
that.
be running for his life, especially behind. I mean, you put any quarterback behind offensive line that has the 31st level win rate, they're basically getting pushed back. You go watch all 22 breakdowns. Our offensive line's getting pushed back and ragdolled even still. And I mean, they get pushed back, but we're getting rid of the ball. And my fear is that our front office is going to look at those stats without looking at the 21st level win rate, without looking at the playbook. And Greer's going to keep his big head on his little bitty shoulders, and he's going to say, well, our offensive line is great. I'm not worried about anything, like he did last year and left us with no center. End rant.
I thought you were a Greer fan.
I used to be.
To just now. All right.
No, I'm
I'm right
not.
there with you.
No, I said that when now I used to be a fan of the process. Now we need somebody with vision and heart.
I agree, man. I agree. I was just giving you a hard time, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. We definitely need to know. That's why I'm saying blow it up. Blow it up. I'm ready to blow it up, but I know we can't. We can't. And we're definitely going to sign Tua, whether we trade him or not. I'm holding on to that too. Because I think it might be time for spaces to change and faces to change. Uh,
Look, let me say this again. Maybe I need to illustrate it. Where's my little football? Hold on. I'm gonna illustrate it. I'm gonna even go lefty for you. Uh, well, look, I gotta do it on my left side, right? So, while I got my ball here, Manolo says it's multiple factors. The play comes in so late, the players need to reposition, and Tua can't audible if he wanted to. I'm
right.
just emphasizing Manolo. That wasn't me. Um, so let me illustrate, ladies and gentlemen. When Tua Tagovailoa gets the ball, and he goes back, stepping back. I always like to illustrate it for you guys, right? And this is what he does. and throws the ball.
He's talking about before the snap, though. What we're talking about is audible. We were talking about
Oh
audible.
no,
And
that
what
was
he's
him.
saying
That was
is
him. That was Manolo.
I believe his comment was more on the way there's only 3 seconds left after there. I mean, there's so little time left when our guys are running back and forth to see if we're in zone or man that we don't have time to switch the play up, especially not if we don't get the call in time. And I might
Which
be
I agree with that. I agree with that.
jump in if I got that wrong.
That is true. That's what he meant. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about
Okay,
prior
I'm sorry.
to. No, you're good. Illustrating how Tua is whenever he gets extra time. He frigates. Two things happen when Tua gets in the time. Number one, for some reason, I don't know how, he still manages not to see every player on the field, A. And number two, he gets injured. Did we not remember what happened to Tua Tagovailoa last year? This man, and I promise you, everybody because there's so many football heads out there that break down the film. I watch film. I just don't break it down live because I don't want to. But I watch it. Take a look at all the times that Tua got injured or concussed or whatever. What's the number one factor, ladies and gentlemen? I'm gonna make it as easy as possible.
Holding onto the ball too long?
I mean, you stole my thunder, man. The Bengals game. He had 67 years and about 15 yards because he dropped back so much. Literally, he dropped back so much. How did he get injured? That ball should have been thrown out of bounds. He should have either throw it out of bounds or overthrow somebody to throw it out of bounds. Get rid of the ball. What did he do? Hold on to it. Injured.
That's why he's done this year.
That's on Tua Tagovailoa. And check every other time he got injured, and it was a major injury, he held on to the ball too long. It doesn't work for him. What do you think Flores did dinking and
Well,
dunking?
hold on a second. You're talking about running for your life. I mean, in that case, you look at how much time Lamar Jackson, he had like 8 seconds. He could have wrote a freaking thank you letter to the Chiefs defense. In the amount of time he had, he wrote a thank you letter to his offensive line. He had forever and still couldn't get an open guy. I mean, there's difference between running around and actually having a pocket. We're not talking about running around. We're talking about if you're able to pat the ball, back up and go 1, 2, 3, and then hit the ball, you're going to do a lot better than if you back up and go 1, 2, oh my God, I got to run. I mean, that's kind of the point. It's not about what he want Tua
Tagovailoa to have time. You want Tua Tagovailoa to have the amount of time that no other quarterback has in the pocket.
No, I saw him having that much time.
You know the average. You know the average time in the pocket is for the entire NFL. The average time in the pocket.
2.5, something like that.
2.4 seconds. Do you know how fast Tua Tagovailoa gets rid of the ball?
2.1.
2.3. 2.3.
Okay, I'm gonna have to review those stats again because that's But the point is that we do not. He doesn't have the luxury of, and we're not going to agree on this. To me, when you got 31st level win rate and you're having to get rid of the ball, he has the least. He has like least one of the least amount of times of any quarterback of an actual clean pocket. Where like how long is not how long do you have before you actually throw it? Because a lot of guys are running around. How long do you have a clean pocket? I'd like to see kind of a stat on clean pocket time because Tua is not having a clean pocket. And maybe he needs to be doing some bootlegs where he can see over the line because he's a small guy. And I mean, there's a whole big, long discussion we could have about all of that. But just
he's
all
the same
in
height
all,
as Purdy.
if he had a cleaner pocket, we'd have a whole different playbook, is my point.
But he's as the same height. People think he's like 5'11".
Right,
Tua
he is
6'1", right?
Yeah, he is 6'1". He's the same height as
he's
Skyler.
He may look. He's the same
Right.
height as Brock Purdy. He may look small, but he's actually not that small. Every time
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah, you're right.
an optical
It
illusion.
is. You're
It's
absolutely
an
right.
optical
I'm
illusion.
repeating
And then
that,
you
but
get the
no,
extra. Remember, you're
I'll
still
take
getting that
that.
extra inch. You get the extra inch in your cleats too. People forget that. You also get that extra inch because the football cleats are like an inch worse, so they can get good grab. Like, what's up, color? Give me 1 second here, real quick. But I gotta
Okay, so Crazy
I gotta
Dolphins
get through.
saying Tua was injured because of the O line. Are you talking about the thumb injury where he was throwing it and didn't have room in his thumb?
Didn't he
I'm
just
not
hit
sure.
somebody's helmet for that one?
Yeah, he hit
I
somebody's
think that
helmet with that.
right.
He was throwing and
I think
but
that's
it
what
was
it was.
black
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and blue. I mean, it was like they acted like, oh, he just hit his thumb, and then in Hard Knocks they that's one thing they did
Yeah.
let go. I mean, his thumb was black and blue on his throwing
Did you see
arm.
how thick it was too? It was bad. It was bad. I'm not gonna lie. I give you that.
Yeah,
And I'm
How
not
did he
trying to
throw a
I'm not
ball?
trying to say, look,
he
man,
played through it. Yeah,
I need Tua to be good. But unfortunately, he's still developing. And this is what I gotta remind people: you cannot be in a win now mode and also be developing. Win now is what the Rams did. Screw them picks. We're trading everybody, getting as many picks as possible, and we're gonna go ahead and just do it all here. And we're gonna take one shot and boom, let's go. That's a win now mode. You see what I mean? But what we're trying to do is we're like halfway in, halfway married to it. It's like, yeah, we want to be able to, but not really. You see what I mean? What's the color? Welcome, Mr.
Yeah,
Polk.
all
Welcome.
right.
I appreciate you, gentlemen. Thank
Good
you so much
morning,
for
Miss
coming
Vince.
through. We're having a great
morning.
Good
conversation,
morning.
and
Yeah,
I appreciate
I
all you
don't have
guys
much.
coming up here.
I
Exactly.
don't
That's
have
why I'm.
much time, Miss Vince, but I wanted to help with what Hooked Up Joe was saying a second ago about the win rate and all that. Like, um, I'm not when it comes to win rate. I'm not really sure how Pro Football Focus tallies those win rates or what they consider a win and a loss. I do know that it doesn't seem to be affecting his pressure rate because Tua has the just about the lowest pressure rate in the NFL at 15%, and that's down from 26% last year. Um, so that means, I mean,
Yeah,
and
he's
even when
actually at
you look at
15.7% when it comes to pressure
yeah,
percentage.
and when you look at the quantitative number of hurries or pressures, he's at the bottom of the list and quantity of pressures as well. So even if PFF says that our offensive line is losing in pass blocking, it doesn't seem to be affecting our pressure rate
That's because of our
because
playbook. That's what
The
the other.
in
well
the
That's
we
pa-
where I was
in
talking
the
about the
passing
other end of the
game,
but that
formula. Is you
in the
have to have
right
passing
but
game,
screen passes and all these other.
only 39 hurries. By the way,
okay
that's what I was looking for.
okay but
Color.
but again there's the time to throw, but there's also the pocket time, which is only zero point 0.2 seconds lower than Jared Goff. So
You know what?
and people
And
are
I have to
people
apologize real
want to tell
quick.
me that. Go ahead.
Sorry, let me apologize real quick. 1 second. And you're right, Joe. I was looking at the mid-season. It was 2.3. It ended up being 2.1 for Tua right now in the pocket time. So you are
Well,
right. The pocket time frame ended up doing. The average is still
people seem to be
2.4.
seem to be throwing two different numbers around, Miss Fins, because somebody told me when I brought up Jared Goff yesterday, they told me I was wrong and that it was 2.5 or whatever. Well, they're talking about time to throw as opposed to pocket time. And in pocket time,
Pocket time is
uh,
2.3 for
right,
golf.
and you're looking at right, and it's 2.1 for Tua. That's zero point 0.2
Hmm.
seconds difference. And when I point that out, I get told that that's an eternity in football, as if this is Olympic track and field or something. You know
Or
what I
is it
mean?
like
I
time
don't agree
Now
with
is
that.
different on the football
I
field?
get, no, I get that football is a game of inches and all that, and things are that quick sometimes. But you're talking about zero point 0.2 seconds. That's 2/10 of a second. You can't even
Uh,
measure that. Like you can't even recognize that as a
can you blink
human
that
most of
fast?
the time.
Can you blink
Well,
that fast?
it's about the time it takes for a character to show up on your screen when you type your keyboard.
So McDaniel
I
just
Hooked up
mean,
needs
Joe.
to expand the playbook, regardless of whether or not, like right
well,
now, I think that we have a
what it really
scared
is,
playbook, right?
what it really does to me, Joe, is it makes me ask the question. And I'm not saying that Tua has the answer or McDaniel has the answer or what the answer is. I'm simply asking the question. And at 15% pressure rate, that's what, roughly 1 out of every 8 times he drops back, he's pressured. So, what my question would be, as I've always asked, even when his pressure rate was 26%, what is he doing the other 7 dropbacks that we can't put more than 7 points on the board?
Because there's also what they don't calculate there is how many people you have to. Curtis from Ace Per Head does a stat that I've never seen anybody else do. And what he does is he measures how many people it takes to block how many people. So if the defense is coming at you with 4 players, if it takes you 6 or 7 players because you have to use your fullback and your tight end to block, then that means that you have just subtracted that many players that can be out making
I
plays and
get
making
that. I
catches.
get that. See, that's dicing it up so nuanced, so detailed that it's like and it's simple a matter of when I look at the pressure rate and I look at the time, I look at the pocket time, and then I look at what I actually see in the all 22. I don't. There's no problem with our offensive line. I'm not saying there's no problem. I shouldn't say that. But
Count
we're
how many
still
blockers
acting
we
as if
have, though.
we're
That's what
still
I want you to
acting
look
as
at.
we're still acting as if we have the same historically bad offensive line we've had, which was a misnomer to begin with, because we were looking at the same thing last year, except our pressure rate was, 10 points higher.
And Joe,
Our
I want
offensive line has
to.
gotten better since last year.
It's
Oh, it has. Both
that's what
years
I'm
it's gotten
saying.
better. We started
It's
with
gotten better.
32nd. If it didn't get better, we'd still be dead last.
Right,
It's
but
gotten.
what I don't understand is if we can put 70 points on the
You're on mute,
Broncos,
Vince.
if we can put 70 points on the Broncos, okay,
Thank you.
we can put 30 burgers on everybody else. Why is it that when Tua is not pressured 7 out of 8 dropbacks, you can say, okay, take half of those dropbacks and say, okay, there's things McDaniel can do. There's, like you're saying, the matchup numbers. But what about the other 4? What are we doing on those plays that we're not able to put up more than 7 points in a 60-minute ball game?
Being predictable.
Yep. We don't have enough
That's
different
one
play
of them.
calls. Once they
That's
block
one
us
of them.
down, we are dead in the
Or is
water.
it,
That
or is
is
it
Daniel's
one
what
of
are
got
we
to be
not
able to
doing?
open it
But
up,
the
whether
question
he
could
thinks we
also
can
be
or not.
what are we not doing on
We're
those
not.
plays?
We're not utilizing other players. That's one
Man,
thing
that's a
I'm
long
seeing.
Preach.
We're not.
Yes.
We're not. We're stuck. Here's my. And I can
And
move on to saying we can be.
one more thing, real quick, Mr. Polk, before you cook.
Ooh, say it for the people in the back, Mr. Polk.
To hooked up Joe's point earlier, it's no secret, bro. The tight end is an integral part of a West Coast system since it was invented, and that's a huge piece where we are purposely not taking advantage of in our game. Go ahead, Mr. Park.
Because our tight end has to block.
That's what to me. That's what some of these other teams are seeing. They're not gonna worry. They're not worried about our tight ends. They're not worried about some of our receivers. They're looking at Waddle and Tyreek.
That's
And
it.
if we keep using the same scheme and what have you, and also not running the ball like we need to stay sometime, then these teams are prepared for us. Because it was a guy from the Ravens was on ESPN, and he was saying he was using the word tell, Tell, meaning that they knew how we were going to play when we played them, and they were ready for us. And the other teams are doing the same thing. We got to develop more plays. We got to develop plays for other players besides our breadwinners. Why are we bringing in Chase Claypool? Why? How come? What's the purpose of having what's his name? Not Jeff Wilson, but the other Cedric Wilson and Craig Craft. We just lost Burial. We got to utilize these other players, and not
Decoy.
just on the offense, but on the defense as well. We got we got a talented team, and we are not utilizing this talent. And what's going to happen is that these talents are going to end up on the other teams blowing up. I've been seeing this for years, and I get tired of seeing it. We got to start utilizing our players. We got to utilize. If they're not up to playing well with the team, then of course you move off from them. But we got to start utilizing these players. You know, in the running game, A Chain, Mustard,
Hmm.
Jeff Wilson, Chris Brooks. We got to utilize these guys. Utilize Chris Brooks on third down and short. Utilize Chris Brooks in the red zone because in the preseason that's where he was doing good at. But we just tossing all that out the window and trying to run some crazy play when we down in the red zone and we getting stopped. We're not putting up no points. So to me, it's
And
some
let
of
me,
it's
if you
coaching, and also too it got to start. He has to start. He has to do a little better also. I'm seeing things that he's not doing. And I know, hooked up Joe. You're saying that he's not getting enough time, but to me, he has to have develop what's the word, the skills as far as reading the defense and making changes if he can do so. And just like y'all said, we got to start bringing in the plays quick.
and
Yeah, my
I gotta,
comments are
and
as
I
much about
appreciate that, Mr.
McDaniel
Bo,
as they
because
are
I
Tua,
agree
just
a
to
lot.
be,
Agree.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I agree because it's a tandem. You know what I mean? It goes into McDaniel setting the right place for the players to execute it and to execute in this case to execute on the field. But to what you're thinking about, because I know you said we need more time, right? Hooked up Joe, because that's why we need a better O line to
we
get
need,
more
well,
time.
to be clear, we need
Which
more time
quarterback?
to expand the playbook. And if we can expand the playbook without having to increase that
Okay,
time, then that's great too. We got to change the playbook because we're too
Exactly.
predictable. With the root cause
Exactly.
being we're having to do these screen
got it,
passes,
got
and
it.
when you look at
And
all the
I'm with you
screen
on that
passes,
one.
I'm
I
backing
agree.
it into that.
You know what? I missed my point. My chance to
I
jump
agree
in
with
right
that.
after
But
Mr.
what
Cox
what
spoke.
player?
Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead.
let me say this one thing, Dolphin Don, and
Yeah,
you're gonna go
go
next,
ahead.
and then I got Von Joe. I'm gonna bring you up in a second. But I gotta ask Joe, what quarterback do you think has enough time in the bucket that you think we should mirror? Which quarterback when it
Okay,
comes
It's
to
not the
Well,
quarterback I'm
the
talking
opportunity
about.
of the sorry,
It's not
no, their O line. What team has the O
okay.
line that we should mirror to be able to? That's what I mean by that.
Any of the
Not the
final
quarterback, but
four,
the O line, so that we
right? Any of the
and
final four
any of the Final
teams, they
Four.
had time.
Okay,
There, I mean, I
okay.
was in envy and in
So you
awe of
have
how
you're so
well
you're
their
talking about
offensive
the
line was
Lions O
working for
line.
them. I'm talking, yeah, all the final four, pretty much the final games
so
they
you talking
Okay,
had.
about you talking about the Ravens, you talking about the Chiefs, you talking about with the
Yeah,
Bills, I
Lions,
think the
okay. That's
Lions.
what. Okay, so thank you, thank
Oh,
you. That
yeah.
because now I'm gonna go. Tua
and
had
I'm
two
not saying the
point
Lions
one,
are
right?
great, but
And then if we're gonna go, Golf had 2.3. What was the other one? It was Baker, not Baker. Brock Purdy, right? Brock Purdy had 2.6. Patrick Mahomes had 2.5. So out of the last four, right? Those were the last four. Is Niners, Kansas City. Oh, and then I forgot Lamar. Where's Lamar? Lamar.
But
He
all those
had
guys extend plays also.
2.7.
right,
So
right.
Lamar had the most at 2.7.
minus golf.
Purdy had 2.6, Mahomes had 2.5, and then Golf had 2.3, right? Versus the two that had the 2.1. So we're saying that point 0.6, or I guess half a second, is what's needed to be able to open up the playbook. Is that what we're saying,
No, I'm saying that you haven't calculated
Joe?
the fact that we're having to put four.
What's the difference between Golf and Tua again?
Goff
Oh,
Goff
we're
actually
talking
has
about the
some
time in the
wheels.
pocket. Pocket.
No. What's the time difference? I didn't hear it.
Oh,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Golf was what?
Tua
It
is
was like
2.1
0.3.
and Golf is at 2.3. Time pocket.
And are those the two lowest?
2.3.
Those are the two
No,
lowest.
the two lowest is actually no. Tua is the lowest at 2.1. Mac Jones and Burrow and Trevor Lawrence at
No.
2.2. And then you
I mean,
had,
if we're comparing it to the four, those top four.
yeah.
oh, and
Yeah,
to the
he
top
was
four,
the
then
Okay.
lowest
yeah,
of those
then
four.
Golf is the lowest at
Golf is the
2.3.
lowest of the four.
Okay. So the pocket passes, the people that can't extend plays, are the lowest, right?
And
Dang, hooked up Joe.
we're
I
not
didn't even
talking
think
about
about that.
that was Von
No,
Mm.
Jones.
but that's what I
Yeah,
just said. They when you
I
mention those
mean,
quarterbacks, those are
sorry,
quarterbacks that
Von Joe.
extend the
Yeah.
plays.
Yeah, the two people that can't extend plays have the lowest. I mean, what are we talking about right
Ooh.
now?
They extend plays. Jamal, look
Oh,
at Lamar Jackson when
we're
in
talking
that
about
last game when he threw
We're
that
more
Bro,
talking
touchdown
about
play.
pocket
Hooked
passes.
He
up Joe
extended
came
that
out
play.
here to murder. Hooked up Joe came out here to murder because my brain, poof, I didn't even think about that. Like, you're 100% right. The three quarterbacks with the most time out of the last four: Lamar 2.7, Brock Purdy 2.6, Patrick Mahomes 2.5. The
Extending
only
plays.
quarterback that's a true pocket passer is
golf.
Jared Goff, and he's at 2.3.
Exactly.
Holy
I mean,
smokes, bro.
I mean, what are we talking about here, Miss Fitz? Come on.
I
And
think
this is
I
what I'm
think
gonna
that
say.
what people are
Like,
missing is how many people it takes to
oh,
block. I mean, that's what.
No, I'm not gonna give
Like, you
that
go
because here's
watch
the
Curtis from Ace Per Head sometimes, especially with some old stuff with his stats, because man, that's a big factor. I mean, people, you can't just look at a number and not equate the fact that, well, how many blockers did it take? If they're coming at you with four and it takes you 5 to 7, then you have to offset that on the other side. So you have to look at there's a big complicated game and a scheme and everything. And when we break down these numbers, and I didn't know that the PFF number was the number I was citing about win rate was a PFF number. If I had known that, take that with a grain of salt because I don't trust PFF numbers further than I can throw them, and I can't throw a number. So, so my assertion on that win rate just fell down on how important that is, knowing it's
what's
a
up, Clark?
PFF
How you
stat.
doing?
and could
And
I
I
say
know Dolph
something?
and
Miss,
Don needs to get in here.
could
I'm
I
going to shut up for a
could I
while.
get in real quick, Miss Vince? Because before we
Yeah,
sidetrack, I want to go back to
yeah.
usage
Go
of
ahead.
players. Right? We say that we don't use all our players, and we need to open up the playbook, and we need to be. I completely disagree. When I say disagree, I emphatically disagree. Because here's the thing: you can say we need to open up the
What?
playbook. Hold on, you can say we need to open up the playbook, but you watched the All 22. Everybody on here saw the All 22. Defensive coordinators saw the All 22. All the other head coaches, position coaches on defense, they watched the All 22 as well. And you cannot tell me that they do not see players running open. They see it also. We see Smythe come open. We seen our tight end come open. Our tight end doesn't get the ball thrown to him, even if he's wide open. That is a quarterback decision, not the head coaches. The head coach can only design the play. He can only design people to come open. Tua, you decide who you throw the ball to. If you want to throw it to double coverage and not properly go through your progressions, that is a quarterback issue. Just like we blame all the other quarterbacks that do the same thing. I'm not putting that on McDaniel. McDaniel, I put the coaching on him, and he did the coaching. Even in Hard Knocks, he said, "Hey, I need you to go through your progressions properly." He said this in Hard Knocks. He said in the post season press conference, I need you to extend. Tua needs to work on extending plays more. You know why you need to extend plays more? Because if you McDaniel probably sees it when he's watching the all 22. If he just extended or held the ball a second longer, or probably point 0.5 seconds, point 0.2 seconds longer, this guy's coming open. He's going into the window. The window's going to be there. Stop panicking and throwing it into double coverage.
Well,
So again, wait, I'm going to land here.
all right.
So if defensive coordinators see this, that Smythe is not going to get the ball, why do I need to design a game plan against him? Why do I need to design a game plan to take away Barrios? Why do I need to design a game plan to take away Wilson?
There you go.
Exactly. I was
No.
going to dovetail right into that
Well,
because
hold on. Go
I
ahead,
just take,
Dolphin,
I
on,
just
and then
take
I
away.
want to go afterwards. That's
Yeah,
an
I
excellent,
just take away. I just
but
take
that's
away what they use.
why we
excellent
don't
point.
keep players like say Barrios. That is actually a good player. I saw him get his nose busted up on like a kickoff return, and then go right back out there on a key third down and made a sideline toe
And
tap
he's
He's
still
catch.
he's a
Yeah,
dog.
he's a
He's a
dog,
dog.
and we don't use him
And
because it's all
exactly.
Tyreek and
super
Waddle
dog.
centric.
Exactly.
Because we had like Barrios wasn't lighting
And
us
then,
up when he was
hold on,
playing on
nigga,
other
I'm gonna
teams.
play devil's advocate. I'm gonna play devil's advocate for a second because Von Joe, you said something that Joe, hooked up Joe, has said earlier, and I'm like, ooh, okay, hold on. So if Tua were to hold the ball longer, players will come in. So to hooked up Joe's point, we need a better line to give that extra point 0.2 or 0.5 second for Tua to throw. But wait, now I'm gonna reverse devil's advocate and say, is it really having to give Tua that time, or is it Tua standing in the pocket, maybe stepping up in the pocket and throwing that ball? Because this is the thing. If you take a look at Tua, I don't know why he's got spidey senses. I don't know how, but he looks like he's fidgeting in that pocket. And if he were to just stand his ground, sometimes he literally walks into the pressure. Where if all he had to do was just stay right then and there, the blockers would have actually continued blocking. The O line would have continued blocking, and so or vice versa. Sometimes he steps back, and you're like, no, you need to step forward. And it's like he walks himself into the pressure as well. And then other times, if you take a look at Tua, how many times have we seen quarterbacks? You're like, dang, he's about to get sacked, and you see him. It don't even matter. Boom! Throw the ball, get the hit. Tua doesn't do that. I mean, somebody please
Miss
tell me
Phins
when Tua
right there.
that half second is Tua standing on his own right there. Throw the ball, take the hit.
There
I
you go,
still
Miss
haven't.
Phins. Sometimes you're gonna get hit in the chops as a
That's where the
quarterback, and we
extra time
see
is.
these big time quarterbacks. Every quarterback that you mentioned that's in the top four right now, that was in the top four of these playoffs. If you watch every game, there was always a pivotal play where I seen Purdy. I think it was twice where he was gonna get hit. He looked at he looked right down the barrel of the gun, long and got lit up, and got back up, and it was a first down.
And
Sometimes
Lamar
you're gonna
Jackson.
get hit in the chops. You're gonna get hit in the chops as a QB. You just sometimes got to take it now. Could our quarterback
Maybe
survive that?
that's
That's
the
another
half
question.
second we need.
That's another question. I don't know if you can survive getting
That
hit
is true.
like I
That
saw
is
Purdy.
that is true.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
That
Cause
is
look
true.
at what happened with Lamar Jackson
Because I
in
saw
the last
Golf
when
do
he
it.
threw that touchdown. When he dropped back, uh the guy started to wrap him
No,
up.
Miss
Well,
Pope,
he
Miss
put
Pope, that's different. Mr. Pope, that's different. But Lamar Jackson is a special breed.
no, I know, I know, no. I'm not saying too is Lamar Jackson or could be, but I'm just saying that you have to he has to find a way to extend plays.
Because if I saw that touchdown to Zay Flowers where Lamar Jackson was getting tackled and spun out of it some way somehow and launched it, and the thing is that's something that he does on a
Well,
regular.
let's
And
use Russell Wilson
Russell Wilson, same thing. He does it on a
at
regular.
Seattle.
Those guys. But I saw Jared Goff literally stand. I'm talking about just pocket passers. As a pocket passer, you got to be able to stand in the pocket and get and know that he's coming and not break your mechanics to still make that throw. You see Goff do it. You saw Purdy do it. Somebody that's great at doing it, but he has impeccable arm talent is Stafford. Stafford will sit there and look a player coming at him and but he'll sidearm it around the player some way, somehow, and still make the pass. But again, those are just arm talents to be able to look down the barrel of the gun and sit there and still have that moxie and that courage to say, okay, I'm going to get hit, but I'm going to deliver this ball.
Hopefully next year we'll see more of that. This year he wasn't doing any of that. This year we had one goal: make it through the year. Period. Right? That's his only real. I mean, that was
And I have a
job
problem
one.
with that. I have a problem
Well,
with that.
yeah,
That
I
shouldn't
agree
be
with that.
your goal to make it through the year. Your goal is to be winning at all costs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because
Not just
these
Yeah,
getting by.
guys,
yeah, I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just
the
saying that
other
that's why you
50,
saw him play different this year.
the other 51 players on that team are not guaranteed. Next year is not guaranteed. You don't know what's going to happen next year. When you have that moment and you have that window where everybody around the goddamn league was, pardon my language, everybody around the league was going down. This was our window.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about windows. This was a window.
Yep.
And you telling me we're giving up on that window because you just want to make it through the year?
Yeah,
You're
I
not
can't
playing.
argue
You're not
with you
giving. You're
on
not.
that one. I
You're not
mean, I
giving
was
hundred
thinking the
percent,
same thought process. What you're thinking right now, Von Joe, I was thinking exactly. I'm like, he's
bro.
playing safe this year, not exactly great timing.
Exactly. That is unacceptable because you had Chubb giving 100%. Fourth
Mm-hmm.
quarter game put away, and he pretty much gave up his season
Yep.
and next season. So
Jalen
that's what
Daniels,
I'm saying. You can't have 51
MVP.
Pretty
people giving.
much.
You cannot have 51 people giving 100%, and you are not doing it as well. And you're supposed to be the leader and the person that galvanizes the team. You're the most important piece. No, you got to be at 100% also.
I understand him.
Exactly. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I understand him protecting himself. No, no, you're good. Sorry guys, I've had some tech issues, so I appreciate you guys continuing the conversation. But I understand him wanting to protect himself so he can last the entire season, and that's great. But you gotta push past that because now it's like, okay, wha- y- so you're gonna sacrifice those key plays that you can be making because you don't want to get hit. Like most of the time, if you really take a look at it, even last year when Tua got injured, when he was in the pocket and they sacked him, he didn't really get injured that bad in the middle of the pocket. It was when he was in an island holding the ball for 600 years, and then boom, not throwing the ball away, and that's when he'd get hit. Those are the ones that he'd get hit, and then you're like, "Oh my god, what's going on?" Because he never threw
Actually,
the ball away. Not when he stepped up into the pocket and then they sacked him or whatever. He was fine in those.
Miss Finn,
It
actually,
was
here's
the
the
ones
thing. The closest
where
thing to
he held the
injury that he
ball.
got, I was gonna say, the closest thing to injury that he had this year is when he saw that he scrambled and he got tackled from behind, and somehow he still ended up like tweaking his shoulder a little. I don't know if you got. I forgot what game that was.
How do you injure your shoulder sliding? Like I
No,
still don't
no. You
understand.
saw no. I saw how he did it. He slid awkwardly. He slid leg first, but the thing is, his shoulder was the way he was sliding. They were tackling him from
Yeah,
behind.
he had his entire arm out exposed, and
Exactly.
I know what he was like. You're not surfing, bro. Like, bring that sucker in so you can not injure yourself. But no, everybody they fell on him. I saw the injury. It was the dumbest
Yeah,
thing
and
to
that's when
me.
he.
The way
So the one time he gave us, the time he gave us 100%, he ended up tweaking himself. So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's frustrating.
the point that I was saying because Hooked Up Joe brought it up, earlier because everything is it's going based on Hard Knocks and did it help? Did it hurt? I think Hard Knocks helped us as fans to give us that perspective of man, okay, what is the team doing inside? You know what I mean? And give us that inside look. And I really appreciated that, and we went over what Waddle said, what McDaniel said, especially in episode 9, probably gave you like those biggest, gems from the players.
Mm-hmm.
And as it goes, you kind of saw it. Like we there were way too many opportunities, and when you have players coming out and say this shouldn't be happening, The defense should be struggling. They got 11 new players. When the defense is able to plug and play, and your offense is still struggling, and you can't get more than 7 points, that's the frustration. But if we want a better O line, what is that O line really gonna do? Now, I know somebody said that Tua doesn't have pocket presence. Yes, he does. One thing in my opinion, he's improved upon every year is his pocket presence and maneuver in the pocket. However, this year, it's like he's really trying. It's like an hourglass. He really doesn't want to get injured, so that's why he just he just you can tell it's like he didn't follow through to make that play when it was there, and maybe that same exact O line put in the same games if Tua would have just stood his ground to take that hit, release the ball accurately to where he needs to. We I think that's where the extra seconds come in my opinion. Him standing his ground. But
I wonder if his
wanting to
agent
play
told
all
him
seven
that.
games,
Coach probably told him that. Make it through the
probably,
year.
bro. We're gonna now
Survive.
have to.
Like his agent
Yeah.
probably told him, "Hey, you need an
They
extension because
probably
remember
all told him
Yeah.
he has
His
new
parents told
representation
him that.
because remember he got new representation this year. So they probably like,
oh yeah,
yo,
he did.
contract year
Yeah.
coming up. Hey, if you
Athletes
want this
first.
deal,
Big
yeah,
money. Big money.
Exactly.
and like I say, athletes first, they get their guys paid.
Yep.
So
Exactly.
That's
He
why there
made
won't be
sure
any
he got his
$28 million for Tua stuff like people are talking about. It's going to be over 40. But that's we're going to have a whole show on how much we think
That's a
Tua's
whole
going to
yeah. We're
make
gonna
for
have a
how
whole
much he
show
did.
about him himself and all that. But that's the whole point of what. And I mean we all brought some awesome points here. But and guys, do me a favor. We need 10 more likes. Can we get 10 more likes? We got 71 people who voted so far. And my question: did the Hard Knocks help or hurt the Dolphins? But at the end of the day, I still feel like he left too much on the table, too much meat on the bones. And to Vonjo's point, and to what I was saying, if maybe that little extra, half second or point 0.3, he could have had, maybe not necessarily scramble, but just standing his ground and delivering that ball that he needed to allow that play to hooked up Joe's point to develop in that window. Sometimes it's just him having to stand there and take it. Like I don't know what other way of
pause.
putting it. We
Don't put it that way.
Well,
wait
I
what?
agree. I'm agreeing with you
Wait,
on all of
hold
that,
up.
actually.
Did I say something wrong? Or
So,
I
no,
meant like
No, no.
no,
take the hit and then deliver the
no,
ball.
absolutely. Yeah. And to both of your point, I'm 100% with you on that. And that's what I was saying is he's playing safe this year. And the problem I have with it, as even as a Tua fan, I didn't want to draft Tua in the first place. So I'm a Tua fan right now because he's our guy, right? But
He's our guy.
if he if he played full out this year, the way you would expect a person that's a pocket passer to play, which means you got to take a hit, you got to deal with that, right? What's going to happen next year? Meaning, uh, next year we extend his contract and he starts to open it up again because he's not worried about getting hurt and not getting the big contract. He's going to go ahead, open it up, do whatever, and start playing that way. Then he gets hurt. Where are we at? Right? By him playing ultra safe this year, we know ultra safe isn't good enough. Now the question is, if he extends it out and he gets hurt again, where are we going to be? I would almost rather him go ahead and do whatever it takes to win this year. And if he gets hurt in the process, then we've made a discovery, that, you know, he's going to have a hard time taking hits that you have to take if you're a pocket passer. And what are we going to do about it? So that's just my input
Yeah,
after
that doesn't work
processing
for
what you
him, or
guys have been talking about.
that doesn't help for him and his agent. To what Vonjo was saying, I want to get Dolphin Don, but before I get to Dolphin Don, I want to get Mr. Pokes on this, because Hooked Up Joe, you just said something and just blew my mind. Are we back in the 2020 season? where we had no off season, realistically speaking, no way for us to put our hands on him. We had to go by some reports and a video of Tua. Did this season, did we just get sold again on having to keep Tua like we were sold in 2020 to draft him? Is that the case?
Ooh,
Mr. Paul, cut me out here. Are we back to being sold again on how Tua is the guy we should be getting? Is that what we
It's
just went
kind of
through?
it's kind of going that way. Well, my opinion is that as far as the office go, yeah, I think that we are going in that direction. But if you, to me, if you look at the fan base, it's like half and half. Some of the fan base are saying we should move on from Tua and bring in Justin Field or somebody else. But the thing is, you know, to me, we're kind of stuck because you can't really. It's we have to kind of deal with Tua because we don't have right now. We don't have our cap is not looking too good, and our draft picks are not looking that good where we can bring somebody in. So we're going to have to go along with Tua and hope and pray that he somehow progresses, and also with Coach McDaniels that he can develop more plays and spread the ball out more and kind of go from there. Because from what I'm getting, we kind of looking at a repeat of last season and the season before. To me, now I could be wrong, and I hope I am. That's what I'm getting um from the office. Yeah, that's what I'm getting from the office. I could be wrong, and I hope I am.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna put it back. Dolphin, Don, before I get to you real quick because I don't want to forget this, guys. Tomorrow morning we're gonna have Miss Needham again. We're lucky enough to have her. She's gonna be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. So come check out the interview. It's gonna be awesome. I know we got a lot of gems last time she was here, so come check that out, guys. As well, because it's gonna be, yep, another mom show. It's gonna be awesome, and we're gonna be able to get those intricate, uh, uh, nuggets that we're able to get, that maybe perhaps we don't get elsewhere. You know what I mean? See. But also, too, guys, we're only 5 subscribers away, guys, from getting to 1,250 subscribers. So I know, listen, about 20% of you guys watch the show every day and don't subscribe. If you guys could do me a favor real quick, go ahead and hit that subscribe button while you're hitting the like button. I know we got people on Twitter, we got people on Twitch, as well as here, guys. Go ahead and do me that favor. Hit that subscribe button. No worries, Fanjo. Your phone died. I appreciate you being up here, man. Um, Manzano, I'm gonna get to your comment in a second here, but I just want to go ahead and say, guys, can we get 5 more subs, guys? Because that would be so amazing if we can get 5 more subs. Let's get well, I really want to get to 1,300 subscribers, so we need what, like 150, right? Or wait, 1,300? Yeah, 150. Is it 150 or is my math off? 55, sorry. We need 55 more subscribers to get to 1,300. So go ahead and do that real quick for us, man, because that would be so amazing. So hit that subscribe button, guys. If you're just listening, go in, hit the subscribe, hit the like button, and then you can just go ahead and listen to more. But I definitely wanted to take a moment to say thank you, guys, because it really helps out the channel. We can continue
Yeah,
to bring in more stuff. Like literally, I got a list of stuff, man. We're working hard to try to get you more people and more stuff in the show. But I appreciate all you guys. So hit that like button, guys, for me. Go ahead and subscribe. Let's get to the 1,300. Let's get those, at least if we can get those extra 5 today, that'd be great. And also too, if you want to become a member of the channel, go ahead and do so. By hitting the join button. It's super easy. We got 4 different tiers. It's awesome. It's a great way to support the channel and show your love as well. And the last thing I wanted to say, oh, I think I said it. Yeah, we got Miss Needham. She's gonna be back tomorrow morning, so I'm very excited about that. Oh, sorry. Let's support those who do support the channel, like Chef Jew and Chef Jew's Catering, guys. If you're looking for a great chef to cater your next birthday, business, office party, etc., with mouth-watering cookies, cakes, pies, and more, then go ahead and call Chef Jew at 786-804-8096. That's 786-804-8096, or via Facebook Messenger or Instagram at Chef Jew JU Catering for more information, and mention Miss Fins to get 10% off your catering order. Now that we got all the business out the way, ladies and gentlemen, you can handle the truth. Just kidding. It was there, and I figured why not. But go ahead, Dolphin. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you get in on this
Hey,
of what
I
we
want
were
to
talking
piggyback.
about here. As
Yeah, yeah. I just
Mhm.
want to piggyback on what you just said. Everybody that's out there that hadn't hit the like button or subscribe, just think about if you had to wake up every morning to talk about Dolphins. Just bring the Dolphins to everybody's front door, like Miss Fins does. I mean, trust me, it's a grind. It's tough, and that's doing that on top of your other, your other responsibilities. So please show it a love. Subscribe. Doesn't cost you nothing. Subscribe, like the video. It goes a long way towards YouTube's algorithms. So it's just helping each other out. That's all it is. One hand scratches the other back, or whatever. I don't know what to say. I
Right.
just want to say that, and
Exactly.
also that last time you had Miss Needham on. Oh wow, wow, that was a great show. I'm looking forward to this one. And I just want to say also to Hooked Up, Vaughn,
Gem, right?
Crazy,
Gem.
Shay. Yeah, yeah, it was. It was. I was glued to the set the whole time. But just wanted to shout out to everybody here. I've much respect to all you guys. I know we may not agree on all kinds of things, but yeah, this is a great platform to get out and get your voice heard. Um, it's always going to be fins up for me, no matter what, whether it's Tua or whoever it is.
Same here.
So
Hmm.
don't get me twisted. But
Exactly. Exactly.
yeah.
Absolutely.
So, but with that, I gotta go.
Exactly. And look,
I got
Manzana say here. I think that's.
yeah.
Oh, you got a skedaddle, man.
Yeah,
I
I got
appreciate
stuff I
you,
got to
man.
get
I
done
thank you,
today.
Dolphin Dog, for coming through.
Hey, thanks
And
back. Thanks
listen,
for having me
before
on
you do,
here.
help me celebrate and thank. We got our first. We got our first one over here. Thank you so much for the super chat, Dolphin Don. Thank you for coming up, man. I appreciate you.
All right, Don for Don, take it easy now, brother.
You too, Mr. Paul.
Yes, we like to
Take it
celebrate
easy,
yourself.
Don. Thanks for coming up.
I
You
appreciate you,
too,
Dolphin
Joe.
Don.
You too, Miss
Thank you,
Fins.
Terrence. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Terrence, for your awesome donation. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for showing your love. It really does help out the channel, and literally goes right back to the channel. Like there's nothing else I can do. So, and it's the first day of the month. Look at that. We're already in February, guys. We just had the New
Mm-hmm.
Year's. Holy
Yep.
smokes, guys. We got 10 days till the Super Bowl. 10 days.
And we get an
So,
extra
but
day in
Terrence,
February
thank you,
this year.
thank you, thank you so much. I mean, I really do appreciate it. That's
And
right,
free agency
right.
start
Leap
in
year. Oh, and
March.
by the way, it's the year of the dragon, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to the year of the dragon. Yeah, baby. Absolutely. It's the year of the dragon. Let's go. So definitely we gotta continue to party and have fun. But again, thank you, Terrence, for your kind donation and showing your love, man, for sure. I know, man, this turned out to be you know, like always, a lot of fun and another great show here. I know Mansana, he had said this, so I wanted, and I told him that we were going to take a look at it. I think the scheme that McDaniel runs is designed for Tua to release the ball in less than 3 seconds because of the fact that the line doesn't have the ability to hold pass blocks, which goes into your points. Um, yeah, that's fine, Joe. Um, it goes into your point as far as what you were saying, that that's why our scheme is this way and our play calls are being done, I guess perhaps because of that online situation. But me personally, I think we kind of all went, we kind of focused on what we were talking about when it came to that. Um, the Dolphins definitely, to me, they have what it takes, what they need right now when it comes to it. But at the end of the day, it's got to go back to player execution. There's only so much the team, the coach can do. Now, he could improve and get better, obviously, but there's only so much ultimately that he can do. Don't stop believing, Tony. Yes, exactly. Dum 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 dum. Don't stop believing. Hold on to the feeling. Yeah. Listen, I know I can't sing, but it's not gonna stop me.
You sing
So
great.
thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mhm.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. But seriously, like I get it, Tony, but it is what it is. Well, we're kind of actually gonna, because I gotta skedaddle, guys. I've been on here for much longer than this is supposed to be an hour. Like we're at
Yeah.
almost 4 hours, so
Screen
I gotta
stretcher.
skedaddle. But
No,
seriously,
it was a great show.
but
That's why it
Tony,
extended so long.
uh, it was a great show. Yeah,
Definitely
I'm
could have
gonna.
been.
This one to do. You guys got a couple minutes. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna drop it one more time. Tony, I'm timing you, sir. I'm literally giving you 60 seconds. Come in, and then I'm gonna drop you right back. Okay? Literally bring you in because I know that you were doing Miss Fins. Oh, thank you. But seriously, like this game, while he's coming up and getting up here, um, let's see. We've got. I did the because I asked early in the show. I asked you guys, did Hard Knocks help or hurt the Dolphins? 64% of you guys said hurt, 35% help. And I gotta actually agree with both. I think that it helped us as fans to get a in-depth look, inside the team based on what they wanted to show. And then it helped the it hurt the team because they were distracted. Dang it. We got Crypto up here. My
Crypto
Lord.
stuck in the back.
What's up, Crypto? How you doing? What's up, EM? I see you in the comment section.
Uh,
Anthony, where are you? I'm
Hi,
looking for you, sir.
how you doing, Miss Pins? I just rolled out of bed, phys- physically and physically and mentally. So yeah. Um,
That's funny.
Congratulations. Hard Knocks, did it help or hurt? All of the above.
Hmm.
How about that?
I
Because of
agree.
the maturity of the level
Touching.
of this
Unanimous.
team and how they're mentally soft, it hurt us. It helped us because it brought exposure. So I think it was both.
okay.
Mm, it's a great point, man. That's a great point. If you really take a look at it, and that's what I was saying. Like, man, you guys make it hard to leave.
Now I just
But
want to give another angle, a two-sided approach to it to say that it's kind of both. That's all.
yeah, no, it's true.
Yeah.
I think that it's a lot of distractions though for the team. It's a
Yeah, in
lot of
that aspect,
distractions
because I
no
don't
matter
think
what.
they're mature enough to handle all that attention. While yet that we may have needed it to say that we need to go to the next level.
Yeah, and it was shocking to see when the players were talking about at the end, especially with Waddle being so open about how this isn't it. Like
Hmm.
this shouldn't be
Right.
happening. And when
Yep.
they literally say for the
He
world
reaches
to
a
know,
breaking point.
you scored
Hmm.
40 points in 11 quarters. Like, oh my God, that this is just not it. Like this is just
We
not
was
what you want,
we was eerily starting to look like our counterparts in our division, the Jets on offense.
right?
Mm-mm.
As much
7 points.
crap as they took our season up about their offense, we started to look eerily similar on offense to them.
7 points.
That's a
Look at
good
EM.
point.
Turn up,
That,
crypto. Turn up.
that's a
I
good
can't.
point,
I was
Crypto.
trying to do his voice, but
Yeah,
Didn't think about that.
EM.
that was
Yeah.
word on the street that that guy was a legend.
There was words on the street. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was some words on the street that Ian was a legend. So I don't know how true that is, but I don't know. Maybe Lewis said that. I don't know. He said that that guy's a legend.
That is the rumor.
They
That's the rumor.
that is what these Dolphins streets are saying.
These Dolphin streets.
I'm always like, wait, where are these streets at? Do I take a left turn, right turn? Can you GPS it for me? Can someone drop the address? Oh man, so it's hilarious to me sometimes, but I appreciate you, Crystal, for coming up here because again, it just adds another level, and I think you're right. That's why I'm like I can't disagree with either side. Like I can see the value of us, being able to see within the team, what's going on, and whenever they want to drop those gems, you can kind of see it too. And then when they highlight certain players, it's also kind of cool, to kind of like make us feel more in depth with their team, right? But I still I can agree with those folks that said, man, it hurt us. It was a distraction when you have players. One thing that I will tell you is it absolutely exposed the Dolphins when you're most focused on when you're focused on and somebody said it earlier. What got to them the most was the fact that you have you just got blown out by the Ravens, and the next game you're acting like nothing happened. Like, what in the world? Are they
Mm,
for real? Like, where's
yeah,
the anger? Where's the like? Where's the fire? Where is the I'm cursing your ass out because you didn't do what you needed to do? Pardon
I
my
seen that with the Titans game. They were smiling and laughing on the sidelines, and that really made me angry. That's why I was angry with that Titan game. Not just the losing, but the attitude on the sidelines.
ridiculous.
yeah.
Absolutely. And wasn't that the game that Chubb got injured too? Or was it the other game?
He
Which
got
game did Chubb
injured.
get?
Wasn't that the
There was
Ravens
the
game?
Ravens
Ravens
game.
game. That was the
Ravens
Ravens
game,
Meaningless,
okay.
meaningless
The meaningless
snap.
game, you're right.
game.
Oh my lord.
Yeah,
Because you
the
should.
one he's padding stats, keeping them in there, hoping that you get that extra sack or whatever.
Unfriggin' real.
That was
Unreal.
totally
Like,
self inflicted.
it
Oh
reminded
man.
me of when we had Trill Williams,
Oh,
and it was I will never forget this, ladies and gentlemen. A minute 34 seconds, and I think the score was 48 to like 20. We were blowing them out. If I'm not mistaken, that was the Texans preseason game, the first year McDaniel got here. And a minute 34, and this kid loses his ACL. Why was he? He was one of our most promising corners
mm-hmm.
in the entire draft.
Yeah.
And you mean to tell me that we just lost potentially the replacement to either one, X or Byron? And you mean to
Mm-hmm.
tell me that we lost this kid at a minute 34 in a preseason game? Like, I was so upset. I was so pissed. I'm like, no, this isn't happening. We just went through the same thing with Chubb.
Yeah.
Absolute game that you guys, the offense was non-existent. Where was the offense when you needed them? What did we use? You lose your. The problem is that it's not just that the Dolphins lost; it's that we took multiple L's. We lost players
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
we're gonna
Yep.
not have available for the playoffs or the end of the season or the next season. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's those extra L's that we took that hurt even more, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Way more. You know what I mean? And that's where I'm like, oh, I just can't. ABAB, yeah. Dolphins Thirsty had mentioned it earlier, and I looked it up. I would mentioned it earlier. So Chris Shula, the son of Don Shula, obviously, He's interviewing with us for that DC job. That, I mean, hey, that would be insane. More Shulas, less Greer. Boy. Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, we may need a little dose of nepotism.
hmm.
oh my Lord. Man, bring him at this point, bro. Whomever at this point. But but you know the funny part is we're saying all this about the defense. Is that gonna help the offense? Because last time I checked, 40 points in 11 quarters. What does that amount to? 13.3 points per game in the last 3 games. Is that gonna beat anybody, ladies and gentlemen? Nope.
I don't think so.
That's the frustration right then and there. That's the frustration right then and there. But ladies and gentlemen, hit that like button for me. Let me see if we got to fingers crossed. If we got any more subs, because we need at least 5 more to get to 1250. So
Come on, y'all. Hit the like button and subscribe. It doesn't hurt. And if you
nope,
live
we
back in the
didn't.
70s,
But it's okay.
if you live back in the 70s, the only way you
Most are
get
probably
Dolphin
subbed.
information is the newspaper or the news. But today is different.
Or the
So
radio.
appreciate YouTube and Miss Fins and some of the other platforms. Hit that subscribe, hit hit the button and subscribe and support all the platforms because
Agreed.
we come a long
Agreed.
ways
Agreed.
from yeah.
Definitely agree. And give me, you know what, Mr. Polk, go ahead and give us your final thoughts, sir. What do you think of overall? Because again, this was our Hard Knocks show. Kind of showing like what's going on here. Overall, what did you think overall, and then you know your outlook, I
uh
guess, for this off season.
well, right now I'm kind of how should I say mixed up because I'm hearing so many different things. But as far as the outlook, I'm gonna go with the outlook for right now. Um, I'm like I said, I'm a diehard Dolphin fan, and I'm hoping that somehow, some way, we pull it off this season because this is supposed to be the season where our window will be closed if we don't do nothing. So we need to find a way to make it to the promised land. So I'm going to say let's go Dolphins. Miss Fins, thanks for having me on the show. It was a pleasure being on here. Hooked Up Joe, it's always good to see you. Crypto and other panel, Ron Joe and some of the other ones. It was a pleasure being up here with you guys. But like I said, I got to be optimistic with my team. Hopefully somehow, somewhere, we'll find a way to have a successful season coming up.
Yeah. Well, I love it, man. Thank you so much for coming through, Mr. Polk, aka Crazy Dolphin. And we'll catch you tomorrow because remember, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we got Nick Needham Smart. She's gonna come in again for us. And again, last time she was here, it was nothing but gems. So come check it out tomorrow morning. I'm dropping it. I'm dropping the. I'm gonna set it up now. So definitely set your alarm for that. So it's gonna be another great show with her. So again, Mr. Bull, thank you so much for coming through. I appreciate you. And I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. See y'all tomorrow.
See ya.
Fins up.
Good though. Talk to me. How you doing, sir? Give me your final thought of overall of Hard Knocks, and then a little
Hang
preview
on,
on.
give me a minute, Miss Fans. 1 minute.
And never mind. Hooked up, Joe. Go ahead. Your turn.
Well, I'm just going to reiterate how great it is to have the streamers. I appreciate you going triple time today. Especially you got that big show tomorrow, the mom show. So really do appreciate it. Know you're busy, and just looking forward to an off season of good conversation, and it's starting off with a bang.
Yes, I love that. All right, awesome. I'm gonna drop you in the back because I know you asked for that. So, but I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in today. Definitely, thank you for coming in for sure.
Thank you.
Hmm. Ready, crypto? If you're not
Oh,
ready,
yeah. I'm okay now. Ready. All
hey,
right.
y'all, talk to us, sir.
Hmm.
So, what was your overall outlook overall of Hard Knocks, and then, a little preview of what you're hoping for this off season.
Off season. Well, I can't begin to say. I don't know. You know,
Yeah,
I've always been saying we've been drug into a dimension in which we can't escape, and that's the dimension of mediocrity as far as results go with the franchise. Oh man, a lot of franchises have come and go, and now put us at the bottom of the last team in sports history, not just NFL, and all four major sports to win a playoff game. Now to go the longest drought in playoff wins when Detroit won those two-game playoff games this year.
oh
They
gosh,
did more in 1 year than we did in the last 20 years combined when it comes to winning playoffs. That tells you the gravity of how this season unfolded.
yeah, because they won two and made it to the right. They won two or they won one and
Two.
lost in the second one. Yeah, they won one. They won two and then got to the NFC Championship. So yeah, they already won two more than what we've done in the. That's insane.
Right.
That's
That tells you the
crazy.
gravity
What's up, Artie?
of of what happened to us this season, you know. And they should have won a third one. They
Oh,
it was
it's
Dan
terrible.
Campbell gift wrapped at that third win and handed it on a silver platter to the freaking Niners.
Literally,
They should have been in a Super Bowl.
just here
There's
you go,
no way.
Niners.
We, like I say, we
Thank
have
you.
whenever. Here's an interesting fact. Whenever we have a wrong Super Bowl matchup or a team that should have been in there that didn't in there, it ended up being lopsided. That team end up losing. That's not supposed to be there, most likely. The most egregious participant that shouldn't have been there end up being the one that gets blown out, or them they'll definitely lose because the boomerang of the universe say, ball don't lie. This team shouldn't be here. They're gonna get they whoop kicked. It happened when the
Mm,
Rams got there because of that egregious penalty against the Saints. That was pass interference in the end zone that allowed the Rams to get there and play. And look what happened. They lost. You
seriously.
know, you see what I'm saying? So
Oh, that hurts
indirectly,
so much,
Detroit to
man.
get their justice because I'm thinking Kansas City gonna put a hurting on the Niners.
Really.
Their defense is going to smother them, unlike Green Bay and Detroit did in the first half. They'll do it for fully four
So
quarters.
Kansas City's winning the Super Bowl again. Oh my God, I'm so over Kansas City.
Kind of like
I'm
when
so over
remember
Kansas
when
City.
the we should have been in the Super Bowl instead of the Chargers being in the Super Bowl against the Niners. What happened? The Niners freaking, you know what I'm saying? Ended up destroying the Chargers in that Super Bowl because it was the wrong participant in the game. It always somehow happens whenever you get the
Yeah,
wrong matchup. It ended up either being lopsided
right.
or justice served.
It's ridiculous, but it hurt. That's all I know. That's all I know. But and I
Yeah.
can't stand when the games are like when the games are like so lopsided or whatever. It's just so boring. I
Hmm.
can't. But I appreciate you, Crypto. I'm sure you
Yeah.
guys are
And that,
gonna be having a show today, right?
mhm.
That's gonna be a great show, of course.
Yep. We
And
will. We got the drive time, the smoke lamp, not the drive time for Friday open panel. We got that
that's what
that coming up tonight.
I'm
So
talking
stop by
about.
the drive time open
Okay.
panel tonight. We're opening it up to let it get it all out. It's kind of TFTG version of Wilding Out Wednesdays, but it's more like let it all out on Fridays.
I
But
like that.
later on
I like
in the week. But I think as far as the question you said later on, I think this off season, hopefully we can get it done. I got two scenarios. I got what I call a full reboot, semi reboot, or partial reboot. As far as do what
Scenario.
Detroit did, move up 20 slots, draft a quarterback, even if you keep Tua, put the pressure on immediately right away, force him to play on his 5th-year option, and then if he pan out, then you got draft capital to move on uh, with the guy that you picked real high in the draft at quarterback, and then just work on keeping some of the core pieces up. If they go that direction, you shouldn't be in a hurry to keep up with the Joneses and pay them just so you can make the fan base feel good about them. Make him earn it. The Green Bay Packers just made Jordan Love earn it, didn't they? When they refused to pick up his 5th-year option and made him play on it. And look what he did. He gave them a immediate success in the playoff by winning a game against the Cowboys, who nobody beat all season long. So he took a 7 seed into Dallas and won a significant playoff game as something on his mantle in year 1 as a full-time starter. He said, "Okay, fine. You're going to make me earn my money," and that's what he did. What's wrong
So
with
he earned
doing
that
that for our quarterback? Yeah,
money. He earned that
what's wrong with doing it? Yeah, what's wrong with doing it for our own quarterback? It's no
money.
harm, no
Well,
foul. If he do what Jordan Love
because
did and win a playoff game, then pay him the money.
it's the it's the Dolphins, man. That's all I can say.
Yeah,
Army,
right.
I see you in the back. I'm sorry, buddy, but I'm closing this puppy out because I actually have to. I'm actually late for something, so I
Hmm.
appreciate you coming through, though. Thank you for coming through.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Armin. Just how much? Yeah, and it looks like
I
it's not
appreciate.
connected either. It's like connecting in and out. So, but crypto, thank you so much for coming through.
This has
Um,
been a pleasure, Miss Fans. Been a pleasure.
As always, great content. Check out Crypto and Color, who you see up here. They're both in the Phins tailgate. Phenomenal content all the time, guys. Literally all the time. So go check them out. Thank you, Crypto. Take care and
Appreciate
see
it.
ya.
Appreciate it, Miss Fans.
Mhm. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. It is Miss Fans. I am Miss Fans. Thank you so much for coming through, guys. What a show. Not what I was expecting. Uh, just kidding. I knew it was going to be awesome. Because you guys were here. And you know what? I appreciate every single one of you guys. Go ahead and hit that like button, guys. If it looks like this, and it looks like this, hit it. Hit it. Ow. 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 It takes two to make a thing go right. Anyways, you guys already know how I am. Thank you guys for coming through. Hit that like button. And you know what? If you're catching the replay, thank you so much for catching the replay. Drop it in the comment section. Did Hard Knocks help or hurt us? I think it's a great question to ask, guys. I appreciate each and every single one of you guys for coming through. Thank you so much. Thank you again. Come check it out again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. We have an awesome show we're gonna be doing with Nick Needham's mom, guys. It's gonna be amazing. The first time we had her and we were blessed to have her, man, it was such a gem. Such a gem. And now we get to have her again. So hit that like button, guys. Share, subscribe. Thank you so much for coming through. And again, this is Miss Fias. I'm Miss Fias. Appreciate you guys. Take care and see you tomorrow morning. Bye bye.